Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard it.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Criminal Justice. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach the dais. I repeat, please do not approach the dais. If you are testifying today or have any questions or concerns, please contact the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Nurse, you may begin.
Good morning. And welcome to today's hearing on the Department of Probation's organizational strategy, introduction number 98, and resolutions 272, 734, and 872. I'm just going to quickly recognize we have Councilmember Shahana Hanif on Zoom and Councilmember Natasha Williams here in person. And just for some agenda setting, we're going to start with a conversation on the introductions and resolutions that are included in this hearing, and then we're going to hear from Correctional and Correctional Health Services, and then we will bring in Department of Probations later. So I am going to kick it over to Councilmember Williams to talk a little bit about her bill.
Thank you so much, Chair, for hearing my bill. I really appreciate it. And good morning, everyone who is assembled on this bright summer day. I introduced Intro 98 because access to medical care in our city's court facilities is not consistent, and the consequences of that are becoming harder to ignore. In March, Soso, just 32 years old, died in a Brooklyn courthouse holding cell. His attorney had raised concerns about his health. He'd already been taken to the hospital more than once while in custody, but when he arrived at court, there was no medical staff on site, no one to assess his condition, no clinic available to step in. Just 5 days later, a 43-year-old man died in the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse holding area. He was found unresponsive in his cell that morning again, in city custody again, with no access to care. These may feel like isolated cases, but the patterns behind them are not. In New York City, our criminal legal system moves people consistently between precincts, jails, courts, and hospitals. And with each handoff, the basic responsibility to provide care becomes harder to track, harder to verify, and too easy to ignore. In the process, people's medical histories are lost. Their medications are delayed, their conditions go unmonitored, and they wait, often for hours, sometimes overnight, in holding cells where no medical staff are present and no real system exists to respond if something goes wrong. Intro 98 offers a clear response. It would require every criminal court facility in the city to house a medical clinic staffed by healthcare professionals. It would also require correctional health services to document each person's medical needs in advance and mandate that DOC provide access to care based on that record. This is about keeping people safe during one of the most vulnerable stretches of the legal process, not just because something tragic happened, but because the conditions that allowed it to happen are still with us. And they can be addressed with the kind of infrastructure and coordination this bill provides. These are the kinds of gaps that show us where systems fall short, not just in design, but in care. And in my work, especially around civil and human rights, this is where that conversation begins, not with a sweeping declaration, but with what we're willing to fix right now to protect people who don't always get to speak for themselves in these rooms. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I'm going to kick it over to Committee Counsel to do the oath.
Thank you. With us today, we have from the Department of Correction, Chelsea Chard, and from Correctional Health Services, Jeanette Morrell. If you could each raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record that all witnesses answered affirmatively, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Nurse, Councilmember Williams, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Jeanette Merrill, Senior Assistant Vice President of Communications and External Affairs for New York City Health and Hospitals Correctional Health Services. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on Intro 98, which would require CHS and the New York City Department of Correction to establish medical clinics in New York City court facilities. I'll start my testimony by describing the current practices for ensuring the medical needs of people in DOC custody, CHS's patients, are attended to prior to being transported to court and after returning to jail from court. I'll then outline our concerns with the proposed legislation. So, current procedures. Every evening, DOC sends CHS a list of people in custody who have court appearances scheduled for the following day. CHS reviews that list and identifies patients who need to be brought to clinic before leaving court the next morning or after returning from court that evening in order to receive medications that must be administered by a clinician, such as methadone, insulin, and antipsychotics. Patients in possession of self-administered carry medications, such as asthma inhalers, ibuprofen, and anticonvulsives, brings these medications with them to court, as they would in the community. CHS is also able to initiate the rescheduling of a court appearance for clinical reasons, such as conflict with a critical medical appointment or if a patient's treatment team determines that the individual is at high risk for medical decompensation. Should a person in custody experience a medical emergency while in court or while being transported to or from court, a DOC or court officer would call 911 and the New York City Fire Department Emergency Medical Services would respond. Medical emergencies cannot be predicted even while CHS's procedures minimize their likelihood. Intro 98. Establishing medical clinics in every New York City court facility would present enormous logistical, operational, and fiscal challenges. In order to operate a medical clinic, there are requirements around square footage, ventilation, and plumbing and electric, all of which affect the entire infrastructure of the building, as well as requirements for waiting areas, medication dispensing, and private clinical spaces. Even if the cost for renovation were put aside, the available space in the courthouses remains at a premium. CHS's Forensic Psychiatric Evaluation Service, which conducts court-ordered 730 psychiatric examinations to assess a defendant's mental fitness, and CHS's Enhanced Pre-Arraignment Screening Service, which screens individuals in police custody after arrest and before arraignment to identify acute health issues that may require hospital referrals, operate in tight spaces in the courthouses. DOC faces similar challenges with limited space and challenging infrastructure. A full complement of CHS staffing, including clinicians from nursing, medicine, and mental health, and operations staff, would be required to operate each clinic, representing a significant budgetary increase to support new professional positions for which recruitment and retention remains an exceptional challenge. Additional DOC staff would also be required to support clinic operations, and DOC is similarly experiencing immense challenges with recruitment and retention. More important than space constraints or resource challenges, inserting a clinic visit into a court appearance isn't clinically indicated and would prove duplicative and inefficient. As previously described, patients receive their medication before and after court. If they're too ill for court, the court appointment is rescheduled, and if they experience a medical emergency in court, FDNY EMS responds. Furthermore, inserting a new step of a clinic visit during a court appearance could delay court production and subsequently delay the person in custody's case processing, contributing to longer stays on Rikers and an even higher jail census. Because of these concerns, we believe that the New York State Office of Court Administration should be provided the opportunity to assess how any proposed changes could affect court operations and overall case processing. In conclusion, we agree that meeting the healthcare needs of our patients before, during, and after their court appearances is paramount, and we and our partners will continue to improve systems and protocols to meet those needs. Thank you, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I'm going to cede the floor to Councilmember Williams to ask questions about her bill.
Yeah, I'm just reading the bill language right now because I don't see where it says that a person, you said something about a new step of a clinic visit. I don't think that the bill mandates that a person do a visit in the clinic when they're in the courthouse. It just says that there should be a facility available shall somebody need it.
I think it would be helpful to sort of talk through what kinds of clinical services you envision provided in the clinic. Because I do think certainly there's a distinction between emergency medical care, which would be a 911 call attended to by FDNY EMS, and then scheduled clinic appointments.
I agree with you. The bill doesn't make those specifications. It just says that it shall maintain a medical clinic to be staffed by one of our healthcare professionals. So.
And I think, as outlined in my testimony, patients do receive clinical services before and after court. And, they're able to go through court successfully. I should note that even patients who are hospitalized at Bellevue and Elmhurst, so our most clinically vulnerable patients, they're able to make it through a court date successfully without needing, clinic services in the middle of the court appearance. So I'm unclear.
No, I understand that. It was like a quick, I have other questions, but that was just like a quick, because like your last paragraph, you say, furthermore, inserting a new step of a clinical visit during a court appearance could delay court production. So like the bill doesn't stipulate that a person has to be seen by the clinic at the court. So I didn't really understand that line.
I guess why would we be establishing a clinic if not to see people in custody at the clinic?
We would be establishing a clinic in case something happens, because there has been documented situations where people needed care and that was not available to them in the court. They had to wait for X amount of time. I know you testified that when an emergency occurs, you call 911. So in many cases, they've had to wait, or I don't know what type of monitoring they receive while they're in holding cells. Like, I don't know if there's like an officer looking at them to make sure they're okay. So there could even be delays in that. If a person's just sitting in a cell, no one's necessarily monitoring that person. They might have a medical emergency and no one is available to actually see that. That could just delay time. So the purpose of this, so this bill actually came out of a hearing a few years ago, where Department of Corrections testified on why a lot of folks who are incarcerated, either one, refuse to go to their court appearances, or the struggles that they have when people are in the court. So they testified that many people don't want to go because, let me ask you this, are you at DOC or correctional?
Correctional Health Services. So we're a division of New York City Health and Hospitals.
So do you, I know, I just wanted to make sure you were with Health and Hospitals and not the Corrections Department. So the question that I have for you, and I'm not sure if you know, do you know what time they need to wake up to go? Like when do they actually?
Hi, good morning. My name is Chelsea Chard. I'm a senior advisor at the Department of Correction. So our court production process starts typically around 5 in the morning. Individuals are provided with breakfast prior to going. They are provided with that medical stop if they need medical services prior to going to court, and other processes that happen before loading onto the transportation vehicles and being taken to whatever courthouse they have an appearance in.
And what time do they usually return back to Rikers?
It really depends on
What's the latest a person can
individual.
return back?
So for scheduled court appearances, we get them to the courthouse by before 9 a.m. so that they can appear. Our transport buses start runs back as early as 12 p.m., although if your appearance has happened sooner than that, you can catch a different bus to get back to the island sooner than that. It could be the case that someone is there as late as 5 or 7 o'clock. That really depends, but it's super, super rare for
And
that
do they
to happen.
get a meal while they're in the court?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Are there any space limitations or infrastructure challenges within court facilities that would make it difficult to accommodate additional medical or clinical services for individuals in custody? And I know you did testify to that, but do you have any other details?
Yeah, so I think even saying, additional services, like we're not providing clinic-based services in the courthouses presently. We do have a presence through our enhanced pre-arraignment screening service, but that's really 2 nurses operating at desks with computers. It's not a full-fledged clinic by any means, and they're not conducting full medical evaluations. That's for
And
people.
those individuals are in the court, or you're saying they're at Rikers before they leave?
So for the pre-arraignment, so those are individuals in NYPD custody. So that is post-arrest pre-arraignment. We would screen. It was actually a service that until CHS was established, FDNY provided those services. But we have a presence in every courthouse. That's distinct from the care that we provide to people in DOC custody who are CHS patients and are able to go to the clinic before and after court appearances.
Okay.
And I would just add, the courthouses are shared by multiple agencies, NYPD, DOC, Office of Court Administration. We're all running full operations there, and the space there is quite limited. There have been instances, where we've asked to acquire more space in the past that there was no space to be found. So the space there is really, really tight, and I do believe that some of the buildings actually are historically protected, which really limits the amount of any sort of infrastructure or even facade work that can be done on some of the buildings.
What does historically protected mean?
It means that any changes need to go through certain landmark preservation, like votes and things like that.
You did testify to this, probably because I sent you all the questions in advance, but what procedures are currently in place to ensure that individuals in custody have access to necessary medication or urgent medical care while appearing in court? So another part of the bill requires correctional health services to prepare a document that indicates what a particular person may need, food, medication. I know you hand them administered medication, but is there any other documentation that they work with so someone is aware of what their health condition or medical condition is?
So those issues really are addressed in the clinic appointment. And then, as you mentioned, there are the carry medications or self-administered medications that they can take with them to court. I will say the process where DOC sends us lists of people with court appearances, and that's cross-referenced by our nursing staff, that's fairly new just in the past few years. We did find that previously, a lot of the onus was on the person in custody or individual providers to know that there was, an upcoming court date or someone needed medication prior to going to court. So we have found that this more systematic approach really ensures that people who need services before and after are addressed.
So the answer is no, you don't provide any other documentation to...
What kind of documentation?
Like if I'm a corrections officer, I'm transferring a person who's incarcerated, does that correction officer know if someone has a particular medical need, or is it up to that person to address their own medical need while in custody?
It depends. I mean,
because correction officers aren't nurses, so if they're coming to the clinics, maybe you're assessing them. Okay, let me give you your insulin if you're diabetic.
Sure.
My question is like the people who are then actually transferring them, because you're not on the vehicles.
Correct.
Are they aware of a person's medical need?
We wouldn't expect them to address chronic medical needs. I mean, they're obviously
No, I'm
protected
not.
health.
The question wasn't like, are you asking them to address the need? The question was, are they aware? Is there documentation that is following this person into the court or wherever else they're being transferred?
I'm not sure what kind of clinical condition would necessitate that kind of sharing of information. And in general, we're not, telling a corrections officer that someone has diabetes or schizophrenia. That would be a violation of their protected health information.
But if they needed specific things, then that information would be given to them. So not even if you can't share like what the diagnosis is, are you sharing like if this person they need an extra meal? Like, do you share that information?
So nutrition would be managed by DOC. I think in terms of, their clinical needs, they really can be addressed in the clinic before and after court, aside from, again, medical emergencies. And then if someone were so sick, they had required chemotherapy or some other critical service, the court appearance would be delayed. So I'm not sure what sort of specific need we're
To your
attending.
knowledge, have there been any reoccurring medical complaints or concerns from individuals in custody during court appearances or pre-arraignment that might suggest a need for more structured clinical support or better coordination?
So this isn't something that we, hear often from patients. I did have our patient relations department sort of look through complaints and requests, and we will hear from legal aid attorneys, based on their interactions with their clients in court, saying, we want, referrals for mental health services, medical services, and, that's true of any time an external parties, interacting with a person in custody, they can make a referral to us. So generally that's not saying, they needed medical service while in court and they didn't get it. It's more, I have concerns about how my client was behaving. Can we put in a referral for mental health services when they're back on Rikers? They can, see mental health. Or it could be, after a long day in PD custody post-arraignment, if they know their client is going to Rikers, they want to indicate, can we be sure, this person sees medical because he says he has diabetes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I'm going to turn it to Councilmember Brewer, who had a statement on her resolution.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Resolution 734, which is the prison safety, is public safety, and it has to do with Robert Brooks, transparency and accountability. I think we all know in 2024 he was killed in a state prison. And I don't believe that Senator Salazar is here, but I know it's her bill and her intelligence that we are focused on in terms of the resolution. So in response to a year defined by violence, preventable deaths, and a prolonged illegal work stoppage within New York's correctional facilities, New York State Legislature passed a comprehensive reform package in June to strengthen transparency, accountability, and oversight across the Department of Corrections and Community Supervisions. This bill, the one that I just mentioned, is a serious step toward finally reforming prisons on the state level, but there's a lot of work to do. It's progress. At the same time, other proposals that more directly impacted incarcerated individuals were excluded from the omnibus bill. 2 parole reform bills, the Fair and Timely Parole Act and the Elder Parole Act, and 2 sentencing reform bills, the Second Look Act and the Earned Time Act, were not included. So after today's hearing, I hope to amend Resolution 734 to reflect what's missing from the omnibus bill and why it is so desperately needed. In the meantime, I urge Governor Hochul to sign the bill that is before the legislature into law. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Are there any questions from the committee for Councilmember Ressler?
Thanks so much, Chair Nurse, and greatly appreciate you holding this hearing on this very important topic. And I just want to commend my colleague, Councilmember Williams, for this, I think, urgent legislation that I strongly support. Just a question for CHS, or a few questions for CHS. Do you believe that one of the reasons that people refuse to go to their court hearings is lack of access to medical care or treatment for the day? Or do you think it has no bearing whatsoever?
So it's hard for me to say, why someone would refuse to go to a court appearance. That certainly could be possible, but knowing that the individual could go to the clinic before and after the court appearance would suggest that it's really no different than any other day in custody.
I mean, on average, people are getting woken up at the crack of dawn to go to court, right? And they're
It's a long
gone for
day.
the whole day.
Sure.
And we have, how many thousands of medical appointments were missed last year at Rikers?
I don't have it on hand, but
Ballpark. You work on this issue every day.
there'd be tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. So it's tens of thousands of appointments are missed to be able to access health care at Rikers Island, where people are trying desperately to get it and are missing those appointments for a variety of reasons that largely relate to Department of Correctional incompetence. When people have a medical appointment that they would be missing by a court as a result of a court date, or potential for medical care that they need as a result of a court date that they won't be getting, you don't believe that has a bearing or an impact on people's refusal to go to court?
We reschedule clinic appointments, so I think there's, we certainly could communicate that to the patient that we will find time to get them to the clinic. I think people generally, want to make their court appearances, and on, court days, that certainly is the most important thing, is proceeding with their case.
Right. There's been some improvement in the percentages of people who are appearing that are in DOC custody at their court appearances over the last few years, but at the low point of the Adams administration, I mean, do you recall what the percentage was of people who were missing their court appearances?
I wouldn't have.
So we did have the percentage reduced following a change in practices where we did allow people to refuse sort of without any reason.
Yeah.
but
What was the low point during that time?
I don't recall specifically. It may have gone to 70 or 80%, but at this point we are at 98% production consistently month over month, and there are very few individuals who are refusing to go to court. It's nearly 100%.
And I have the privilege of representing the court system in downtown Brooklyn in District 33. And on a daily basis, we have EMS vehicles pulling up, parking on the sidewalk, rushing in as fast as they can to arraignment court, to criminal court, to get people who are in need access to health care, to their medical treatment, who are in DOC custody. You don't believe that we could we could avoid those costly, time-consuming appointments. Do you believe we could significantly reduce the number of costly and time-consuming trips to emergency rooms and healthcare facilities if we had some more expanded medical treatment available on site where people need it?
No, I think if there's a medical emergency, the person should go to the hospital.
Emergency, sure, but there's all kinds of various medical challenges that people face that if there was treatment available to them on site, you may not require a trip to the emergency room, right? But we have such negligible treatment for people while they're spending the day in court.
Can you give some examples of the kind of clinical care you think can't be provided before or after a court appearance that isn't a medical emergency?
I mean, I'd like to dig in on the data with you on exactly the reasons that people are going from court to the hospital, but
For medical emergencies.
for medical issues, some are emergencies, some are not, right? But
How are you making that distinction?
you're the medical, I mean, your team are the medical experts, so I'd be interested in your all's assessment, but my sense is that we triage issues all the time in all kinds of settings when there's available treatment, and we try to limit trips to the emergency room whenever we can as a broad approach to our medical treatment citywide, statewide, nationally, globally, et cetera. But we don't do that in the court system. We just send everybody to the emergency room under all circumstances because we have such negligible services available to people, even though we know these are high-needs individuals who have myriad challenges and support, which is why Councilmember Williams introduced this bill. And so why you would be saying today that nothing should, I don't really understand your point. Is your point that nothing should, that every medical issue that people encounter in the courts should go to the emergency room, and you think that's the right policy?
No, I'm saying that a clinic couldn't attend to the kinds of medical emergencies that people go to the hospital for.
But a clinic could triage all kinds of issues that would help, that would address people's needs, that would connect them to all kinds of supports that they could have that could address issues as they come up and avoid emergency room entries. Isn't that the whole point of why we have outpatient care, ambulatory care, and why we work to expand that in all instances to try to connect people to the care they need in a preventative and helpful way that's not to avoid the emergency room? Isn't that like the entire global point of health, of what we're trying to do in healthcare right now?
But
yes.
in order,
Sorry, that was rhetorical, but the answer to that was yes. Go ahead.
we have not experienced, based on our patients being able to come to the clinic before and after court, or have their medical emergencies attended to while in court. This isn't feedback that we've received from people from our director of nursing, our director of medicine. This hasn't come up as an issue that someone.
So you're
needs
saying that
to-
everyone who's going to an emergency room right now from our court system should be going to an emergency room, and that's the best and a most appropriate place for them to be treated. That everybody, because I see it in my district every day. We see EMS vehicles pulling up multiple times every single day, grabbing people out and taking them to the emergency room. You think that in every instance, that is the right place? Because I think what often happens is you don't have the medical professionals in a clinic type setting providing a review, providing an assessment of what are the needs of this individual and how are they actually doing. And since nobody's there to provide that assessment, they say, I need medical help, and the only answer is send them to the emergency room, right? And so I think we are spending a lot of time and energy and money sending people to emergency rooms that lead to delays to our court system, that lead to delays to how much time people are spending in jail, that are very costly, that are a highly inefficient use of government resources instead of providing the on-site medical assessment and treatment. I'm not providing that medical expertise. That's not my job. But it is your job. And it is the job of CHS to be providing that assessment in real time to people who are in DOC custody to determine what's the best place for them to get services, which is why I think Councilmember Williams' bill is a very good one. So with that, I will pause and say thank you very much, Chair Nurse, for the chance.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Just as a reminder, the main focus today is for probation. So if you have questions for correction, if you could keep it tight so that we can I'm just saying I don't think half of the committee was here yet when I said that. Quickly, I want to recognize council members who have joined: Stevens, Marte, Narcisse, Ayala's on Zoom. I acknowledge Caban and Brewer. I'll turn it to Councilmember Brewer for questions.
Very quickly, so how many health professionals are on Rikers? Because it's hard to attract, I know, and how many vacancies are there?
Our staffing is about 1,500 in total. I don't have the exact vacancy on hand, but I can provide that. And we do have challenges hiring and retaining staff, as you know, particularly in certain disciplines.
So you'll get
including
us a
mental health.
list of where there are vacancies?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, So that is going to be it for this part. Thank you for joining us today so we could hear this bill. We are going to dismiss this panel and wait. Oh, okay, sorry. We have one more question for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, whatever it is. But I just have a question because I know when Councilmember Ressler was asking about the specifics around the bill. Oh, y'all being mad. Around the bill, and you were asking like for specific incidents where it would be needed, because I'm just a little bit confused around, like, you're saying like the best cause of action is when there is issues that EMS is called, and so I'm also a council member who has the courts in her district, and we know in those areas that there is a lot of congestion. And so when there is instances, it is a lot of congestion for them to get there, period. And you're asking for specific instances, but are we saying that there are folks who are going to court dates and there are not needs for things like insulin, which has to happen regularly? There's people who don't need medicine, because that's hard for me to believe. And so even asking us the question of, are there specific instances, there is no way that you can tell me that there's people who don't have medical needs that often leads to emergency because they're not getting addressed that's happening there. And so I know you're asking us for specific instances. I'm asking, why don't you have instances?
And I do, and that's in my testimony, that absolutely, if someone requires insulin, they would receive that in the clinic prior to going to court.
But we know, and this is why I'm asking you, when you're saying that, having it prior, and we know those sometimes are long days, right? And so to say that they got it prior, sometimes, you know, your blood sugar, it goes up and down, and so sometimes you need it at different times. And so there are instances where people need it during the day and it's not being addressed, and maybe they can push through, but that doesn't mean that it's okay and it's a right.
So we also have an evening list, so when people come back from court, they're able to receive their medication after.
How long is a typical day in court? Oh, I know. I know, but I'm asking.
Come on, y'all, please.
Thank you. I'm asking because for me to say that someone can get it prior and then get it when they go back, a lot of times we're having the emergency incidents because of the gaps.
I should note too, the emergency incidents, we can get the data on this, but it's presumably what you're seeing in your districts is more around people who are in the pre-arraignment period, not established DOC patients who, you know, have been able to go to court before, or clinic rather, before court and after. Because of course the courthouses also have everyone post-arrest pre-arraignment, and they may require medical emergency care then.
I just want to be clear, and I just want to go on for record. Even if it's one person that needs the care, then they should be getting it, and it shouldn't be an option. And so even this notion that, like, what is the data and it's not showing, I don't care if it's one person who needs assistance in that one day in the court. If we're spending money to make sure that someone is safe and healthy and getting the medical care that they need, we all should be on board and instead of not being in support of it, we should be trying to figure out how to make this work. Whether that's having a small room dedicated for a health professional to be there just in case of emergency. I think that we should be looking around solutions and not being like, is this really needed? It is needed. Like, there's no way that you can tell me it isn't needed.
And I agree, we're happy to talk through solutions. I don't think building out entire clinics within courthouses is the solution to that. And just to underscore the point that, you know, a person in custody can still make it through a court day, you know, I'd referenced this earlier, but our most clinically vulnerable patients, people who are hospitalized at Bellevue for psychiatric or medical reasons, are still able to make their court appearances successfully, and this hasn't been an issue that, you know, has come up with a lot of challenges in that. So
I just want to say it's clearly an issue because we've heard this from people and folks, and I've known people who've been in those court dates and it's been long days and they've been able to push through, but that doesn't mean that it's right, and they aren't getting the care and attention that they need. And so that's just always going to be my underscore. Like, we need to just figure it out, and building out a clinic as a preventative measure should be something that we should be looking at and moving forward to make sure everyone is getting the care that they need. And especially when we know that even in DOC custody, sometimes that care is not even addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I have Narcisse, and then a quick rebuttal from Councilmember Ressler.
Good morning, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Chair. As we're going through the questioning of the importance of making sure that we care for the folks that under our care, because the vulnerable they cannot make the decision. They cannot just say, I'm going to get my meal this time and that time. So do you do a thorough assessment of those individuals before they go to court to leave their, before they leave the facility to go to court?
Yes, so patients would come to clinic to receive methadone, insulin, antipsychotics, DOT medication. They can also carry medication with them. And of course, patients on the therapeutic housing units, particularly the infirmary, they would have their medical needs attended to prior to going to court.
All right. Do you do, because we have physical and now we have mental that we have to deal with. Do you do a thorough assessment on the mental part of that person's state in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is always to get the person to court. If there was, a real concern about clinical decompensation, if someone's, actively suicidal, we can indicate, the treatment team can indicate that a court appointment could be rescheduled. But generally, the person would receive medication, can still go to court.
So from the assessment, let's say the person have severe mental illness, do you have someone that travel with that person to get to the court?
No, the person, could still presumably, function well enough to go to court, provided, they're brought to clinic before for any medication, and then if they have an evening medication once they return to jail from court.
Okay. Coming from my perspective as a nurse, everyone matters, every life matters, and the person is sick and they cannot make their own decision when they're gonna eat, what they're gonna do, and I think we're fully responsible, and then we have to accommodate because every life matters for me. So I thank you, and we're making sure that in New York City, we care for everyone, not some, and especially when they're under your care. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. Last question, Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much. You mentioned that the individuals with the most serious health issues are at Bellevue. What's the current size of the facility at Bellevue?
So I was referencing patients on inpatient care. So those who are hospitalized, you're referencing, of course, the outposted therapeutic housing unit.
There is a small number of people who are in DOC custody at Bellevue currently today, right?
Correct, those who require inpatient hospitalization.
So how many people are there now? Roughly?
It's approximately 50 people.
50. We have 100 beds at Bellevue that have been fully completed and renovated to house correctional detainees who have serious health issues, and that facility sits vacant?
Awaiting State Commission of Correction approval, SCOC approval.
I mean, as everyone understands, this facility's been completed for the better part of a year, and it sits vacant. You said just a moment ago in your testimony that the people who have the most serious health needs, it would be best for them to be in a hospital setting so they get access to the care that they need, and yet we have 100 beds that are sitting vacant because of total uncooperation and a failure of leadership at the Department of Correction and of the Adams administration. Is that broadly correct?
We're working to open the facility as soon as possible. I think we're as eager as
It's an embarrassment. And what's the status of the other 250 beds at Woodhull and at North Central Bronx? Are those beds moving forward? Is there any timeline for completion at this time?
Those are still in the design phase.
Which is, we're years delayed. Years delayed.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to say this is an absolutely extraordinary embarrassment, and it is shameful for every single person in the Adams administration who works on these issues that we have 359 beds that were fully funded at the beginning of the Adams administration. At Bellevue, they've been fully built out, and they are not a single bed is occupied. 350 people who have serious health issues are sitting in a hellhole on Rikers Island today. They should be accessing the health care that they need, the medical attention they need, and they are not because of the failures of this administration. It is a disgrace.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. And just additionally for the record here, the last time we had the conversation about Bellevue, my understanding is that there was an issue where things were installed in the facility that shouldn't have been installed that could be used as weapons, which was kind of insane that they made it in there without any specs being caught. So we're going to conclude this part of the hearing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your responses. And we're going to take a break to let probation come. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start this portion of the hearing. I'm good to go. Okay. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to today's hearing on the Department of Probation's organizational strategy. The main focus of this hearing is on the Department of Probation, and it is prompted by a significant number of DOP workers who have reached out to us about changes made within the agency. Since being appointed chair of this committee in January 2024, DOP staff have taken time out of their day to draft handwritten and digital letters, to send me text messages, and to request phone calls because they are concerned, upset, and very disappointed about organizational changes in DOP. We've also received substantial outreach from service providers who are equally confused and concerned about the direction of the agency. Some of the data trends coming from DOP are also very concerning, and we haven't really had time to dig in to what's going on beyond our budget hearings. So I want to thank Speaker Adams for allowing this hearing in July, and to you, Commissioner Holmes, for finding a date for us to have this hearing. Up until very recently, the Department of Probation emphasized rehabilitation over punishment. In 2010, during Mayor Bloomberg's tenure, the DOP was celebrated for adopting an evidence-based approach that prioritized community investment and decarceration without sacrificing public safety. DOP focused its resources on clients who would benefit from supervision and sought to move people off probation as quickly as was appropriate. In subsequent years, with new mayors and commissioners, different points of emphasis emerged and policies were tweaked, but the fundamental approach by the dedicated civil servants at DOP remained the same, which was, let's keep people out of custody as much as possible and get them set up for success to be in our communities. However, under the leadership of Mayor Adams and now you, Commissioner Holmes, many have noticed a real shift. In short, this department has reverted to what many have deemed as ineffective interventions that reduce trust in the criminal legal system rather than enhance it. More youth and adults are being sent back into custody over technical violations, something previous commissioners did as a very last resort. You've armed and uniformed probation staff, which many feel presents them as law enforcement who will show up unannounced and bust you, rather than as caring professionals who are invested in meaningful transformation. For adults on probation, this shift has often meant choosing between complying with overburdensome and inflexible conditions or attending work. To be more specific, under your leadership, Commissioner Holmes, the number of intelligence enforcement events conducted by the agency has skyrocketed. DOP is issuing more violations to probation clients, rearrest rates for probationers have gone up, and the department is increasingly failing to complete court-mandated investigation reports in a timely manner. All of these trends are problematic, and we want to understand what's behind the change in approach and focus. Commissioner Holmes, your career has predominantly been with the NYPD. A lot of the correspondence to me from DOP staff and organizations with longstanding partnership with DOP has been critical of what they see as an NYPD-ification or NYPD strategies and tactics being brought over to probation with negative results. I would agree that some of the actions that might be appropriate for the NYPD seem out of step with contemporary thinking about the administration of probation. Additionally, we've heard many complaints that very few members of DOP's current senior leadership have experience with probation. We'd like clarity on this because the lack of experience in the field could arguably be a very strong factor in the tension and discord felt by DOP workers and leadership. Not only are we getting outreach about the shift in overall approach to probation and the lack of institutional knowledge in executive leadership, but we have also had a consistent stream of communication that workers are being retaliated against and abruptly suspended without pay, without any due process. A major goal of this hearing is to understand what current DOP policies and directives are, how they are being formulated, how frequently they are changing and why, how staff is trained on new policy, and what happens if they fail or are perceived to fail to adhere to frequently shifting or unwritten changes. As we understand it, some policies are not in writing, and we are being told the disciplinary process is problematic. According to our analysis, under your leadership, DOP has not made progress to recruit and retain probation officers, leaving the staff that remain reaching out to us because they feel overworked, underpaid, and frankly demoralized. It's very important for me to reiterate that these are not my grievances. The oversight hearing we are holding today was organized in response to the voices of people who really care about the mission of the department and believe it is failing. I have asked previous criminal justice chairs if they had received letters during their tenures, and they all told me no. And I've had a pretty consistent stream for 15 months. There have been several press reports about your tenure at DOP. These reports pertain to the purchase of expensive luxury SUVs, the hiring of unqualified community coordinators, expenditures on new shields and guns, and the enforcement of a new uniform policy. All of these issues are important, but they are not the primary focus for me today. This committee wants to know what is being done to address the rising violation and rearrest rates, the alarming rate of vacancies in the workforce, the sharp shift in an agency whose mission used to be do less harm, more good, and through community engagement and reinvestment. Essentially, Commissioner Holmes, I would like to leave here having more clarity and a clear understanding of what is your vision for DOP and where are we going. It's not clear to my team, to this committee, and certainly not to many of your employees and partners, and I see this as a much needed moment to clarify where we are at. I do want to be upfront. I am approaching this hearing from the position of giving these workers the benefit of the doubt and believing that they have written to me in good faith with their experiences. So I'm looking forward to the conversation today. I'm going to turn it over to the committee counsel to swear in folks before your testimony.
Thank you. With us from the Department of Probation, we have Commissioner Juanita Holmes, Bridget Hamblin, Patricia Williams, Shakira Beckford, and Deldriana Pederkin. And also Antonio Polano. If you could each please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record, all witnesses answered affirmatively. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Nurse and members of the council. I'm Juanita Ann Holmes, Commissioner of New York City Department of Probation. I'm joined here today by Executive Cabinet Deputy Commissioners Bridget Hamblin, Patricia Williams, Associate Commissioner Antonio Polano, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Shakira Beckford, and Senior Program Director Deldrina Perkin. The New York City Department of Probation appreciates the opportunity to appear before the City Council for today's oversight hearing to discuss the critical work of the agency. We are committed to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement in our efforts to promote public safety while supporting individuals under our supervision. As one of the largest alternatives to incarceration in the country, we have serviced over 33,000 cases, resulting in the supervision of over 16,000 clients year to date. Under my leadership, the department has launched a series of reform efforts centered on community-based supervision, guided by the following strategic pillars: recidivism, housing, education, employment, and mental health. We are working to expand access to critical services while creating more meaningful pathways to stability. The statistical data related to these efforts are supported by our dashboard. While still in the early stages, these reforms reflect our commitment to keeping individuals out of the criminal justice system. The New York City Department of Probation has never been more robust in identifying the proper leadership required for this agency, in addition to discerning more direct programs for our clients, which includes the following opportunities such as commercial driver's license, emergency medical technician, electrical assistance, culinary, barbering, and soon to come welding. These direct programs will afford more meaningful employment opportunities. The New York City Department of Probation has also experienced a reduction in recidivism, homelessness, substance abuse, and as well as other significant areas, all of which is supported and monitored by our new technology. We welcome today's dialogue with council members and value the role in providing oversight and elevating the voices of New Yorkers. We remain committed to working with all of our stakeholders in building a probation system rooted in fairness, dignity, and opportunity. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to start with a couple questions around just where we are in terms of recruitment, caseload, and executive leadership, and then turn it over to members for their questions before coming back.
Okay, so
No, I want to ask the question first.
Oh, okay, because you said
Sorry.
recruitment, so my
So
apologies.
I want to start with what I would say is the staffing crisis in DOP. The department now has the highest vacancy rate among all city agencies, at least from my understanding, and the attrition rate is 128% higher than it was before the pandemic. From what we're seeing, new staff are not being recruited and hired quickly enough to fill this gap. We've talked about this a little bit in our budget hearings. This is resulting in a 23% current vacancy rate for probationary services, which we are seeing is around 244 vacancies. So I have several questions about attrition and hiring. When is the next class of probation officers?
February. Well, the next class, I should say, that's the next exam. The next class of probationers, well, first of all, I want to just clear up some things, right? We are, head count, we were 189 back in March. We're 147 as far as attrition is concerned, meaning we hired an additional 42. That is a deficit, well, I should say an increase of 23%, I believe it is, as far as our attrition is concerned. We are not at an attrition level higher than it was at the pandemic. We are actively recruiting. I have a pool of 375 eager, not just 375 prospective candidates for probation, but that we've communicated with and want to be probationers. We have increased our training academy from 5 instructors to 10 because 5 instructors can only handle a class of 50. With the 10 instructors that's going to be in place in the beginning of November, we're looking forward to putting in 100 probation officers, leaving us at a 47 deficit. And, the training I've increased from 3 months to 5 months to make sure everyone has what they need when they come out of the academy to be a productive probation officer. Even the feedback that I've got from various members within the agency regarding the training and the individuals coming out of the academy is that they are really super. There's not this learning curve. It used to be a learning curve where now you come out, you're supervising cases, but the respective partner has to kind of bring you up to speed.
Okay, I appreciate the context about training. Just to drill down, the next exam will be in February. You have a pool of 375, and that is coming from, an existing civil service list, or are those from new?
Existing civil service and
from the
recruitment.
DCAS? Okay, great. So what is the current vacancy rate then?
Right now, for probation officers, the current vacancy rate is 147. As I stated before, it was 189 when I was here in March.
Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. Why were the previous exams canceled?
I don't,
previous 2 exams?
Because the notice of examination was being modified at that time as a result of policy. Legal can probably speak to the specifics, but plus, we still have this robust pool of individuals that we couldn't hire fast enough. So we knew we had time to expand on the notice of examination policy as well as still actively recruit. The key indicator that was, or I should say the key component that was missing, was doubling the staff in our academy.
Okay, can the lawyer speak to specifically what were the changes being made?
So individuals who are seeking appointment to probation officers have to be drug tested before they come on board, and that was missing from the NOE. So people did not have notice of that, and so that had to be added to the NOE.
And that's why they were postponed?
Correct.
Okay. want to talk about caseload. Some of the incoming that we got, I'll just share a couple excerpts from where these questions are coming from. One letter quoted that PO cases are well over 60 to 75 per probation officer. The last time we spoke here, I believe it was mentioned that an average caseload is 25 or less. They are saying probation officers, quote, are leaving because they are overworked and disrespected. There's so much going on. Everything they are saying is a lie. We are well over that. Another letter came in. Caseloads remain high, and there are more supervising probation officers than there are probation officers. The lack of attention on cases is ridiculous. As recidivism is continuing to increase, there has been more concern on department shields and uniforms instead of the need for officers' concern and safety. Another letter was saying, I'm writing to express my concerns about the state the Department of Probation is. The work done with my clients is not of the same quality because the caseloads are unmanageable as staff is depleted and exhausted. Management is more concerned with quantity, not quality. So this was consistent incoming over the last 15 months. And your staff are writing us and calling us, essentially asking for help because they are overworked. So what is being done? I see what you have, 375, but can you talk directly about, how many cases each officer is having right now? What is being done to address their burnout from an emotional point of view to help them really give the attention they need to their clients?
Right, so listen, I'm sorry to hear those letters, but I speak to the staff directly. The majority of people are very supportive of the new mission. And as far as the caseload is concerned, that was the first thing I was focused on. The American Parole and Probation Association states that a manageable caseload is 35 to 55. There is no one in this agency carrying a caseload above 55, except for our respective branch, which oversees gun cases, and that may be one respective borough, Antonio? In Queens, and that's in Queens. In juvenile.
What is the caseload for those folks?
So there's, the average is in, the median would be in the 60s, so mid-60s?
Mid-60s?
Yes. And to address that, answer your question, we actually have some transfer requests that we got from other boroughs to go to Queens that we've been reviewing. Just Friday was the last one. The challenge that we have that directly conflicts with that is almost like a game of whack-a-mole as people leave the agency or go into on any sort of leave. If we pull from one area, then as we pull from one area, then we have to pull to another area. So we also try to balance, uprooting officers.
Right,
so
but
I want to be real clear. So there's a specific branch that you're saying, and you're saying it's the Queens?
So that's the Queens Gun Branch.
The Queens Gun Branch has higher cases, but is your testimony today that no other probation officer besides that particular branch or division has higher caseload than the 55 top mark that you're saying is with the national standard?
That's correct. That's what my staff stated to me. Something of all, it's my position to ensure that they have manageable caseloads. In the juvenile area, your caseloads are below 20-something, I believe, below 30?
So on average, they're about 28 to 30. Particularly in the Bronx, it's a higher caseload, and that has been historically high. Right now, we lost a few probation officers to leaving the Bronx, so there were like about 5 that left, and then we actually reassigned probation officers from other boroughs that had lower caseloads to replace those probation officers to help out with the caseload. Their caseloads are in the 40s at this time. We are waiting for the graduating class in September. We'll be getting 10 more POs, particularly in the Bronx. Right now, we have acting administrative director who also helps out with managing caseloads and makes visits to help with the cases, particularly in the Bronx. But for the other boroughs, Kings County, 21 on average, 19 for Manhattan, Queens, there are about in the 40s also, but again, they have additional probation officers there and also supervisors are helping out with making visits.
First of all, let me chime in, right? Because you can go over numbers all day. The importance of managing caseloads is having structure. So when I came into this agency, I saw that everyone was flustered all over. I got high caseloads. It becomes checking the box. Where our clients deserve intimate attention as far as education, ascertaining whether they have the fundamental skill sets when we're checking boxes, referring them to resume building programs when they can't even read a 4th grade level. All of these things had to be mitigated. It's not about the caseloads as much as it is structure. Some of these caseloads,
I think it is. If someone is writing and saying that they're seeing people with 60 to 75 cases, that is a mix of low and high risk, that is an issue.
With all due respect, when I came into this agency, that was probably your average. And all I had, with all due respect, right, with the risk unit looking at the important thing about our clients having what they need was a check-the-box mentality.
I understand. My goal was to ask.
Right.
And if you're saying that no officers, except for these specific individuals, are having caseloads beyond the 55, then I'm going to accept that as your testimony.
Okay.
And we can move on to the other questions, because that's not what's coming in, but if that's what you're saying, then you're on the record as saying
So,
that.
Chair Norris, if we may, we'll clarify the adult operations average for you.
So the average citywide is 48 cases. That is average. That means there are officers with above and there are officers with below. So our effort is to equalize that as much as possible. Those numbers are constantly fluctuating based on staffing, intakes, and probationers completing. So that is fluid. You know, each individual caseload is fluid, but the average citywide is 48. And that is not equal from officer to officer. Obviously, not every officer has exactly 48, but that is the average.
Okay, I want to ask about the mix of probation officers having both low and high risk cases. People with high risk cases need, high risk clients need more attention, more time. My understanding, and I would like clarity on this, is that there was a move to give everybody a mix of both. And that has also been what a lot of incoming has been about, is that folks don't have enough time for their high-risk cases because they've been given so many cases now. So I would like some clarity. Is this something that was new under your tenure, or is this a pre-existing policy? And if it is something new that's under your tenure, can you give some more background and context on why that decision was made?
So when I came into the Department of Probation, probationers are supposed to manage cases based on risk. They should have the required training to manage any case. So I made sure that there's a mixed bag, so they're learning and they know. As you begin to move on in probation officers, even if someone retires and I have to fill that spot, I'm hearing, oh, but I never did anything but I was a CLO, or I never did anything because I was intake. When probationers officers are hired, they should have the robust training that they require. I don't blame them for being put in a particular box and left there for 20, 15 years. So now, in order to accommodate the ICM cases were one, right? It was where we were only having an intake of 90, 20 per borough with the exception of Staten Island. I said, why are we doing that when every probation officer was supposedly trained to manage cases based on risks? If we have a mixed bag, then we could take on more ICM cases. In addition to that, I created a template for them to prioritize who is the worst of the worst. It's not based on that initial risk assessment, because we all know, including probation officers, sometimes that's skewed. So we base that on monitoring. Are they going to school? Are they employed? Do they have mental health or substance abuse? With that being said, everyone has a mixed bag of cases with the exception of sex offenders and firearms.
Okay,
those are the ones that are the most high risk that we focus on.
Understood.
Can I add one thing?
Before you jump in, so this decision was made. What has been the ongoing evaluation of that decision?
The ongoing evaluation of that decision is me constantly putting in measures to help support that. Like I was explaining about the template. That template monitors the 5 pillars that we are most concerned about for our individuals in succeeding: homelessness, education, employment, and mental health, and recidivism. That's all monitored and supported by IT support systems that were put in place, because when I walked in this door, no one knew a true recidivism rate. Everything that was being counted was counting beans by desktop audits. We now have technology in place where this information is easily discerning at the push of a button.
Yeah, we're going to get into the data and the tech piece, but I guess one of the things that's flagged to me is that research has shown that using a caseload structure that groups people by offense type or specific need and designates agents to supervise specific populations, such as those with behavioral health issues, can lower rates of rearrest and recidivism. So I'm just hoping that with this new system that you're putting in, given that I'm communicating to you now that we're getting incoming, that it is taxing on your workers, that we would like to see in future follow-up hearings some way that you have evaluated this decision, because it seems like people are struggling. So go ahead and add your thing, but I would like to see at some point when we come back here, how has that decision been adjusted or evaluated and monitored for effectiveness?
And you are absolutely right. In addition to that, we're putting in place, well, we have some training because there was no training. If you got promoted, there was no extra training, right? So we put in training for supervisors. We're also putting in what's called in-service training, because we realized the robust training program that we created for the academy, there are members out here that didn't receive that type of training that needed. It's called in-service training. So we're in the process of creating a scenario-based catalog where they can log on at their own leisure and have the respective training as far as different aspects of their supervision is concerned. So we will, I can assure you we will have that. I do have a lot of that, and we will have that. Great. I'm very conscientious, and I know that the training I implemented wasn't the training that existed, but it's very much the training that's needed in order to be able to fulfill your job. And those individuals...
Sure, and I would like to definitely see evidence or theory about that, because, there are some people who are going to become more experts in certain type of behavioral health issues than some low-level, low-risk type of folks and clients. So there might be, I would like to see at some point the theory for why the mixed bag of cases.
So what I wanted to add is actually directly touches on that. Is we're talking now from the officer's point of view, but I also want to add from the probation client's point of view. Right. The majority of clients do what they're supposed to do, right? We focus our efforts and our energy more on those that need more services, need more intervention, but actually most of them do go to work, do take care of their family, do what they're supposed to do. And transferring them to another officer when they have spent 2 years, 3 years, 4 years doing the right thing is a bit of a punishment. So that's the other side of that, where now you've built this rapport with this person. You were high risk, but you're doing the things that you're supposed to do. And we do see that as almost a punishment to say, okay, you did a great job, now go see someone else in another building because I'm done with you. Now they have to start that relationship over again. So maintaining that relationship longer term for the duration of their probation sentence does have a lot of value.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that, so much of what you've said throughout the time that we've had these hearings is that data, the ability to evaluate, the ability to make assessment, so we'd like to be able to see that. I'm going to move to executive turnover. And then I'm going to open it up to other members. Since you began at probation, there has been quite a bit of turnover in many executive roles. In just over 2 years, there have been 5 deputy commissioners or acting deputy commissioners of juvenile operations, from what I understand. When we previously inquired about this turnover rate, you suggested that many in senior leadership were nearing retirement age, which led you to believe it was necessary to be proactive in ensuring there were no lapses in top positions, which is fair. I want to dig in on the Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile Operations. Were the people you replaced for this role also nearing retirement age?
Well, that's what happened. Janine Gray was here when I came here. I knew Janine Gray before coming to the agency. She actually retired. I think she was here 30-somewhat years. She decided to retire. at which respective time Matt Granoff, who also was an existing Department of Probation employee, who was over our risk assessment, expressed the interest in being the Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile. Unfortunately, Matt was met with his father becoming some home things, which he had to pivot and go to Nassau County. He was only acting at that point anyway. Once Matt left, we decided to make an assessment. Who do we think is suitable? I didn't have to do that because another person approached me who was in juvenile and was in the Bronx about having an interest in pitching in and helping out. As a result of such, that person was put into that position, right, to serve as the Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile. And as a result of such, and my discerningness did not possess the fundamental skill sets that I was looking for, that the agency needed, that more importantly, our clients needed.
Okay.
And so as a result of such, that person was removed from the position, and I think they subsequently resigned, right? It is important to get it right.
So what about the other folks?
What other folks?
I'm sorry, did you say, so there was two that were, one person had a personal issue, the other person was nearing retirement.
That's the only individuals. The current DC of Juvenile is here, former ACS, right fortitude, right skill sets, understands our young people, and very, very instrumental in ensuring that they have what they need. Very instrumental, so much so in creating the very first mental health behavioral team to exist in any Department of Probation, which will be implemented. It's already been financially supported and approved relatively shortly, just to make sure we have something inside and our people are getting exactly what they need firsthand.
Okay. And so how many people from your current leadership team, maybe either here today, are folks that you've brought on or who have been?
I think, Deldrina was here for quite some time. I brought on my general counsel and the assistant commissioner of HR, which I'm happy to have, well experienced from DCAS, and then Antonio, who's the associate commissioner of association.
How many folks at the table have been with DOP for longer than the commissioner's tenure? Okay. So I only bring this up because this was also a line of critique that we were getting from staff, from your workers, who were feeling that there was emphasis on bringing in a lot of people to probation that didn't have, to leadership roles that didn't have experience in it. Some of the, hold on, I'm not finished. Some of the commentary we got was that there was a, since you've come in, the policies that have been changed reflect the fact that the senior leadership might not have experience with DOP and some of the decisions that were made a long time ago, and not understanding how some of these policy changes would have an impact on the probation officers. I'll read you just a little bit, which is related to a lot what's going on in the courts, but this is a quote: "The changes in policy often appear to lack foresight, planning, and guidance, which seems to reflect the administration's lack of knowledge on how the different departments work in conjunction to one another. For example, supervision officers now must appear in person for all court appearances. Often the cases are not called on time or must be recalled because parties are not ready. This causes supervision officer to have to sit around waiting for court to resume this. This can be sometimes for hours." So this was one example, and we got a bunch of these examples brought in of where decisions were made seemed to not be connected to the experience of working in probation.
That's all fallacies. Listen, when you come in and things are new, you poke a bee's nest, right? So people are comfortable in the positions they're in. When I came in, my biggest concern was, one, our number one assets, which are probation officers, and making sure that they have a respective caseload that they can properly manage. Two, that they have the fortitude training that they need, that they may not have been provided. Three, the proper leadership and guidance and management. not probation experience, but management. That's what was lacking here. I can know probation, I know police work. If I'm not a manager, the job is not getting done, and it's our clients that matter. So yes, I poked some bees' nests. Yes, there's been some changes. Yes, there's accountability and compliance that probation officers are doing what they came here to do. Yes, accountability and compliance that supervisors are being supervisors, and if they can't be, that we make sure we do our due diligence to give them the training that they need so they can excel. We have recently, I believe it was June 3rd, I forget the date, we did a big all-in. Why did we do that? Because we felt the message was skewed coming from whatever respective parties that is spilling this shenanigans that probation officers can't go to
quite a lot.
court.
It's not just a couple people.
What I'm saying is this. We've spoken with the judges who said, whose idea was this to send the probation officers to court? This is great. There's less adjournments. We get the respective information that we need because they're the one in the household with the respective clients. That's who should be there.
We've
not
heard the
someone
opposite on
scripted.
that specific topic,
Yeah,
but I don't.
It's expected because we
No, but from
poked a bee's
judges,
nest.
from judges.
But-
So we've
well-
been hearing from other folks different things. So this is an opportunity to have some clarity. One other thing, you've been talking about supervision. One thing that we got was that there's been a tremendous number of new supervisors with the lack of knowledge on how to supervise and/or new supervisors who are not even supervising a unit. In addition, you have new supervisors called floaters with no unit to supervise. Is that a thing, a floater?
I've never even heard of a floater, but here's what we do
Are there
have.
supervisors who are not attached to a unit?
Here's what we do have.
I just have a question. Are there supervisors who are not attached to a unit?
There were supervisors not attached to a unit when I walked in this place.
Okay.
So I'm quite sure there are supervisors not attached to a unit. That exists before I came in. The point of the matter is this. It's my job to make sure that we have the proper allocation of personnel in each respective borough and over each respective client. More importantly, that they have the knowledge and training to do what's expected for them to do. When I walked in this door, it was a check-the-box mentality. If you want to see recidivism compared to then to now, you're talking recidivism. That language is spoken here now as a result of me coming in. Recidivism wasn't even a term when I walked in.
I'm not sure what you mean.
What I
I'm not
mean
sure
is
what
like,
you mean, but what I'm asking is, you came in and made a bunch of changes.
Right.
And your whole line of rationale has been because there's no data, there's no evaluation, there's no assessment, and things are ineffective. I'm asking you, you're saying you poked the bee's nest.
Right.
It is understandable when new leadership comes in, people get mad. It happens. This is an opportunity to clarify. But what I'm saying is, what we're seeing is rearrest rates go up. I'm seeing people get rearrested over technical violations. Staff retention is going down. There is outreach to this council that has never happened before, and people are reaching out in mass. So what I'm saying is, how did you make determinations that policies were not working besides saying folks had to check the box?
So here's my thing, right? Recidivism is not up. Violations are not up. As a matter of fact, it's the quite opposite. And
What's
people
the
reaching.
data?
We have the data. Pull out the data.
I can give you right now.
And where are you getting the data? I mean, like, where are you pulling this from?
From our systems that
Okay,
we have.
so
So I'm
please
going
tell
to
us.
speak about juvenile in particular. So as of June of 2025, juvenile recidivism rate is 4.2%, which is down from 5.1% in May. Our recidivism rate for the past 6 months is 4.8%. We have a total of 112 clients out of 718 clients who are responsible for 2 or more arrests. We have taken a laser-focused approach to these clients by doing the following. In juvenile, managers are providing input on these cases, which I just spoke about, on a biweekly basis, which is not only the supervisors have an ownership, it's also managers have an ownership in looking into these cases, see what can be done for these youth. Visits have been increased, curfews have been put in place, and there are increased discussions with SPOs, managers, and
So
POs regarding case
just what is the
oversight.
rearrest rate again? Just the numbers.
4.2%, which is down from 5.1% in May.
From May. Okay, we're pulling ours just from the mayor's management report, so this
yeah,
is what
so
we're
this is-
getting. I don't know if you all are, how you all are saying it, but this is May. We're talking about over a period of years and under your tenure. So,
Well, you're seeing an increase, like I explained to you on an offline meeting. We are now truly reporting recidivism. It wasn't reported correctly before. And we said as a result of such, it's going to seem like an increase. What was being reported before was a skewed number, right? So as a result of such, the person that does my MMR report happens to be on vacation. But with that being said, we had the meeting saying, you're going to see an increase because these are true
I know.
numbers.
So I would like, I'm going to ask this question, and then I'm going to give it to other members. But tell me exactly how the data changed to show a true recidivism rate, as you're saying. I do remember that meeting. I asked at that meeting, oh, could you please send us an email with what this means? Because it was hard to understand.
I will do it.
We never got that. So can you just restate it?
So with that being said, when the MMR report was supporting this small percentile of recidivism, I walked in the door and knew that was accurate, right? Because I know the amount of people that get arrested on probation. With that being said, we decided to report a truer number. That required them drilling down and seeing, why is this number skewed? I'm not a technical person, so I don't have all of the exact data. And anyone here at the table that remembers
I can explain it.
Okay, Antonio.
There was, what was previously reported was a monthly average, and those averages were then being averaged across the year.
Okay.
Which just didn't make any sense to take an average of averages. What we've reported, or I'm not sure if it's the next MMR, if it was in the previous, is the cumulative rate for the year. So the basically throughout the year, the percent of our clients that have been rearrested, and that number continues to go up throughout the year because we don't reset it until the next year, meaning we're continuing to track them throughout the year. If you do want to look month to month, I know DC Williams gave the juvenile numbers. We still track them month to month because there is a use in that. And so in the last 6 months, also the adult, so that's criminal court, Supreme Court, the adult clients have had a reduction in their monthly rate. So monthly in January, we had 4.1% of our clients rearrested, and that's been steadily going down until last month, which was 3.1%. So those numbers are going down.
Okay,
And to answer your
I
question,
would really love a write-up of this so we understand the methodology.
Okay.
Because I hear what you're saying, but I would really like to drill down.
Okay. And to answer your question before, that we didn't give a complete answer on the technical violations. So comparing 1 year ago to now, so last May to this May, total monthly violations were in the 120s, 130s last year. So last May was 123. This May was 97. So we've been consistently in the 90s the last several months. And as far as technicals, last year was in the 20s to 30s. So last May was 35 technical violations, and this May was 9. The previous month was 10. So we're closer to the single digits.
Great.
And by technical, just to be clear, that's anything that's not either a rearrest or just outright absconding. So generally not following, not coming to visits, not going to a program, et cetera, which I think is what you were referencing.
Yeah, I think it will be important to reconcile what you're putting out in your MMR to what you're saying here today, because that's how, I mean, we have to have some baselines for how we're making these assessments, and we can't just wait till we get to a hearing to do it. So it would be really helpful if this was reconciled. I'm going to turn
sorry, I
it
just
over
wanted to add-
Go ahead.
I wanted to add juveniles numbers also as far as violations. So we have, last year was 86 technicals, now we're down to 46. And so that's a 46% decrease since last
great.
year. So we'll provide you with the write-up that you requested.
That would be helpful. I'm going to turn it over to open it up to committee members. My first is Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Chair. And you took my question. I was writing over and over about recidivism because I used to be a reentry nurse. And that has been a problem. And if you can decrease that and preventing, especially the juvenile, getting them back and forth in that revolving door. The programmings, how are you doing with them?
So with the program, what we're doing with the program now, and I'll let Patricia speak to that, but we looked at the two alternatives that they had to placement. Pretty antiquated, been in place far too long. So, like the world, right? Everything should evolve and grow for the betterment of our clients. And I'll let the DC of Juvenile speak to what she's doing regarding that.
Thank you for the question. So as I assumed this role, I was looking at some of the needs that our juveniles have. And one of the biggest needs that they have is they have mental health needs. And so the neighborhoods in which our children live in are disenfranchised. The waiting lists are 6 months. They're just not able to get the mental health treatment that they need. And so we have some state funds, and we stated, we figured we would use those state funds to develop our own behavioral program in-house, first in the nation, ever done in probation. So we would have an LCSW who would supervise LMSWs who provide therapeutic services to our juveniles in the respective offices throughout New York City. We just got approved about a week and a half ago, so we're looking at starting that program the latest mid-September and getting it done within that time frame. Another thing that we also increased was our mobile adolescent program. Before it had 24 slots available, now it has 48. And what's very unique about that program is that they actually go into the home. So they're meeting the clients in their home where they are, knowing more about the ecological system, and just providing that services in the home. And so we increased those slots. We also have a lot of kids who are undercredited, over age. And so we have increased the slots for our LEAP program, which is through Proud to Know It's in the Bronx, but it will be covering citywide now. We have tutors. These are graduate level students who will be providing tutoring to up to 100 individuals ages 14 through 21 throughout the Bronx and all 5 boroughs. We started in the Bronx, but now we're increasing it to all 5 boroughs. So those are some of the programs that we're, looking at. We're also looking at changing, as Commissioner Holmes said, some of our ATPs to see what else do we need within our continuum. And as we're beginning our RFP processes, we're just mulling over what would be best. But in the meantime, these are some of the programs that we are going to be having pretty soon.
I think the most important thing was discerning that our non-English speaking clients were not getting the proper program delivery. What do I mean by that? They're sent to a program, but they don't speak English. And the vendor or the program providers predominantly speaking English. So now we mandate, even in our contracts, you have to have the technology to translate. So it should be these headsets. We're also investing in that, so when we go out to do home visits, we're not reliant on cell phones, having service or whatever, but having headsets, so when we go to the particular client that's non-English speaking, we can have better communication. So that's something that was a huge gap in the programs. In addition to that, we are connecting with some of our leaseholdees to have weekend programming. We have a couple of the Neon locations refuse to do weekends. I'm meeting them halfway because young people, especially during the school year, should be home doing homework, not after school going to a program 2 nights a week when they may have other chores or younger brothers and sisters. So we're right now implementing, we just did the scope of work to open up the first location that will be on weekends, have weekend programs.
The time is short, but I'm very much interested in that, and thank you for answering and keeping our young folks in shape and check and off the street, not going back to that revolving door. For mental health referral, because we're talking about mental health a lot, language access and all that, but there's one thing I'm very much interested in, uninsured clients that we have. How do we deal with them?
Oh yeah, that's
How do we refer them to mental health?
Well, because that's important to having our own in-house too, right? They're not going to need the insurance.
Okay, so
So
in-house.
you want to speak
okay.
to that, Patricia?
Usually if an individual does not have insurance, we usually would refer them to places within the community, such as like hospitals, like a city hospital, where you don't require to have you don't have to have insurance in order to get services. And we also align with different vendors within the community who are able to provide services without insurance.
But also, just to chime in, it's like when I had the vouchers with one particular doctor for the Father's Day event, right? We're looking for that too, because that was 66 vouchers for health, but they offer mental health as well. So just to keep a little petty cash type concept, we can have those vouchers for mental health for our young people that don't have insurance. So that's something. I'm sorry?
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I don't want to miss the one of the bread and butter things, though, that our officers do is getting our clients connected to basic services like getting an ID and getting health insurance. So everything that was said is absolutely true, but also on top of that, getting them the ability to continue beyond probation once they have completed and so the program ID NYC is huge, and that's something that our officers refer to and bring our clients to very, very often, so that once they have an ID, we can refer them to get Medicaid. So those two steps are really bread and butter, very, very common, and that's what our officers do to get that baseline.
Thank you. And I still have a problem with the ratio, but I know my chair been talking about it, so we have to look into it because, like I said, I used to do reentry program, and when folks are overwhelmed, little things that people do, they rather bring them in instead of trying to work with them, and especially the young folks.
No, I am equally and always have been concerned about our young people. They're my people. They're my family. I grew up in the city. I'm born in the city. I'm not about putting people behind bars, I can assure you that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. I now turn to Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. Commissioner, just to start, is it your understanding that peace officers are required to carry firearms?
Yes, they are, and it's part of the notice of examination.
That's just a yes or no, but
yes.
I do have a follow-up to it. Where within the law does it state that peace officers must carry firearms?
Well, it says it in their notice of examination that they have to actually pass the exam and qualify with a firearm. All peace officers are not armed. Probation officers are.
So there is actually, in fact, no legal requirement that peace officers carry firearms. New York State Regulation Title 9, Section 35.3, subsection F says, quote, no probation officer shall use, carry, or have a firearm in his or her possession while on duty unless specifically authorized in writing by the director of probation. So I'm going to ask you again, are peace officers required under the law to carry a firearm?
I stated that I stated that in the beginning. Peace officers are not required to carry firearms. Probation officers are.
Okay. The law literally says no probation officer shall
Well, it says unless they're by the...
Unless, which means it's not a mandate unless the commissioner makes it as such.
So this administration, it has been mandated as such.
So my follow-up then...
if I can clarify for you, peace officers are required to pass firearm training. That is a requirement.
That's not my question. They can pass it. That can be a requirement. My question is whether it is a requirement for probation officers to carry a firearm. The answer I heard here is yes, when the actual answer under the law is no, unless the commissioner mandates it. So now I'm going to ask my follow-up. So the answer is no, unless the commissioner mandates it. Now, previous commissioners, including under the two previous commissioners, they use their lawful discretion to limit the carrying of firearms to only probation officers who were part of certain units, right? Or those who requested a specific permission to carry one. Commissioner, you changed this policy in October of 2023 and made it policy that all probation officers would be required to carry a firearm. So because you mentioned before also, this was one of the status quo changes you made.
So first and foremost, I came into an agency where probation officers hadn't been to the range to qualify, which is required. I just want to tie it in, which is required in order for them to remain being a probation officer, right? So with that being said, I mandated that they carry firearms as a rule of thumb for safety reasons. Why? We have probation officers. I want you to keep in mind, unfortunately, our population of probationers are populated by the communities that appear, where the highest crime rates are, the highest shootings, the highest violence incidents. As a result of such, when they're going into those communities, when they're going, like they're doing more so now, getting up, going to those households to visit these young people, or to be guided by the mandates by the court to conduct conditions to searching these particular residents. If I'm looking for a gun, I need a gun. If I'm going into these communities that are high in violence, high in crime, I need to be able to respond, God forbid, something goes awry. Not half the members armed and half not. Not half with bulletproof vests and half not. It doesn't work like that.
And have you looked into any data versus jurisdictions that have their probation officers carrying weapons versus not? Have you seen what was the data that backed up your decision to have armed probation officers going into communities? Are you saying that all of these communities are so dangerous they have to walk in with a gun?
That my data
Are they so dangerous that they have to walk in with a gun?
My data was that we work in the city of New York.
That's not data. That's a statement.
Wait a minute. We work
where's
in
the
New
data?
York
What's the
City.
source of the data?
We supervise. We're one of the largest probation agencies.
Commissioner.
And this is New York City.
Data is numbers. It's not just statements.
As a result of such, probationers going into these precarious situations, we don't wait for something to happen. You're proactive. And not even going into the communities. They can be sitting in an office. How many weapons have we had compromise our locations since we've been
Commissioner, it's a very simple question. You're giving me anecdotal, flowery sentences. I'm asking you, what is the data?
So what data would I
The
look at?
data research or empirical evidence you relied on to make changes in the policy. That's what I'm asking for.
So my data is based on my public safety experience of
That's not data.
Years. That's data.
No, it's not.
That's data.
You are
That's
one
data
officer
because
among
I know the
tens of
crimes.
thousands. By definition, that is not
That's
data.
data.
That is
I have access to and
any data scientist would throw away the anecdotal experience of one single
not anecdotal.
employee. You're saying it's your
your
experience.
I have the data because of my experience. I have data to all the crime happening citywide.
I'm gonna make a conclusion, Chair, because this is going nowhere.
That's what I have.
Okay,
Commissioner,
Excuse me for a second. We need to be able to finish each sentences here, respectfully, for everybody.
Thank you. I'm gonna wrap up here. The record shows that the commissioner thinks that data, by definition, which we can all look up, is the same, is the equivalent as one single person's experience in a job where there are tens of thousands of employees, and there's data available. There is data available at the city, state, and countrywide level, and it really, really is concerning that we have the person at the very top who has no interest in pulling out data and using that to make decisions, but is just going off of vibes.
I disagree. I have data.
So then produce it.
I will produce it next time, or I can send it in. I stay well versed on the crime in New York City in every specific neighborhood. It's my job to. Because I have members out there, I have clients out there. We have people that we're concerned about. We don't just take an interest in our clients. We go into these households, we take an interest in their family members and what's going on there. We ask about the activity. If mom needs mental health, there's a whole lot more that goes with this, right? When we're going out there. But more importantly, if I'm not safe in that community, then I can't do my job, right? So my job is to make sure our members are safe physically, mentally, and as well as their pensions are concerned. So
just
those
to
are my
wrap
three
up,
areas
I know
of
that we're gonna get the data that you're relying on for your policy changes, because you stated that you know the data, even though 5 minutes ago on the record you said you were not a data person. You handed it over to somebody
We will
else.
request that in the follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. And then can I just ask one more unrelated question? So we talked about caseload numbers. I think earlier in the hearing you testified that you had brought caseloads down to between 20 and 30.
That's not what I stated. That's not what I stated.
What-
I said that the American Parole and Probation Association stated that manageable caseloads are 33 to 55.
Okay.
And what we have done so far thus to ensure taking a deep dive into the agency is that we were trying
Just
to
remind me what the number
accommodate
is. I
those
just want to get
numbers.
clear on the numbers.
Yes, so that's it.
So, and then the average is 48 per person. This is my question. I come from public defense land where we do have case caps, right? And they're weighted a certain way. You talked about different risks and supervision levels. The chair talked about, whether you guys were thinking about specialties and things like that. Do you weight your cases differently? So, for example, in the criminal practice, we have one case, right? And then if a violent felony counts for, I think, something like 1.4 or something like that. So I'm wondering if there is a weight attached to how you calculate the case cap, because if I am an attorney and I have 60 cases, but they're all violent felonies, it's more like I have 100 cases, right? I mean, that's not good math, but you get what I'm saying. So my question is, in terms of these numbers, are they also being weighted at all for more high-level cases that obviously take up more time, energy, and resources for the PO, because they might have a lower case, but if they're all high supervision cases, then they might in fact feel like that is too burdensome to do the job well.
Well, let's look at the gun branch that was designed and put in place.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, my question is just whether you weight them.
Yes.
What's the weighting system?
That's what I was trying to explain. It's like the gun branch, right?
Okay.
That's a high-risk case. The gun branch, naturally, the individuals that are in there, they are trained, they're focused, they're only handling that one particular type of case that they're focused on. Why? Because we take guns very, very serious here, right? So as a result of such, we have a gun branch. Then we have a sex offender
No, but is
branch.
it weighted? That's my, I
Yes,
understand the
it is.
different
It's weighted
areas.
in the sense of...
Is there a formula?
I don't
I'm just
understand what
wondering
you
if
mean
they're
by
weighted a
formula.
certain way that changes the caps. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, so-
Like I said in his example, in criminal practice, a case would be 1, but a violent felony would count as 1.4 cases against your cap. I'm just wondering if it's weighted.
It
That's
is
all.
weighted. That was the reason why the commissioner
Yeah.
implemented where not one person is carrying a caseload of just high-risk individuals. That's why what you're saying makes sense, right? We have a
Right.
mixed bag. Some people have high, medium, and low
Right.
probation.
But I'm asking you,
officers
how is it weighted? I want to know the
There's-
formula.
we're not going to give you a mathematical formula at this point, but we have weighted the cases, which is why we have implemented where officers are monitoring based on risk. Not one officer is carrying an entire caseload of high, not one officer is carrying an entire caseload of medium. It's a mix to manage, to balance.
Right, but I'm wondering, are there caps on those numbers?
Yeah,
Like
so
what-
I would say
right?
that it might make sense if you could send us a protocol, a policy of how you assign cases, if there's any formula assigned to how many high-risk and low-risk cases a single officer can take, so that we can take that and look at it.
Yeah, no,
If there
it di-
isn't
it didn't
one,
exist
that
before I
that
got
would be
here.
helpful to say. If there is one,
Yeah.
you could give it to us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Next, and just as a follow-up, I think it would also be helpful if there have been any data around assaults in the field, or any staff surveys, or anything that would say folks wanted an agency-wide gun mandate, because it seems like if folks felt that way and needed it, they could access it. So I'm going to leave it there, but
Okay.
please, you can follow up if you want to give us anything in detail. I'm going to turn it to Ressler, and then it's followed by Stevens.
Thanks so much, Chair Nurse, and I really just want to recognize your leadership and oversight, and it's critically important, and I'm very grateful for it. Commissioner Holmes and team, thank you for joining us today. I just want to echo Chair Nurse's comments from her opening remarks. My office consistently receives messages from current DOP employees who are deeply concerned and saddened by what has happened to the agency. Even while I'm sitting here in this hearing, half a dozen people have texted me, have emailed my office, have reached out, current and former DOP employees who are genuinely concerned about the direction of your leadership and what has happened to the agency. And I share their concerns. For me, there are three key things that I just want to highlight in my remarks and questions. One is the copification of the Department of Probation. The NYPD has an essential role to play in helping to keep us safe. The Department of Probation has an essential role to play in helping to keep New Yorkers safe and to support young people and adults and connect people to diversion opportunities. What we've seen under your leadership, as Councilmember Caban, I think so eloquently noted, is this enhanced requirement that everyone carries guns, enhanced requirements that everyone wears a DOP uniform, looking a lot like the NYPD, even changing of the DOP badges to look more like the NYPD. Across the board, we're seeing this idea that the Department of Probation should be an extension of the NYPD, and I just fundamentally believe that is wrong. We have seen great leaders predate you at the Department of Probation, and this is my next point. I think you really showed Elon Musk the way on the Dogifying of an agency. We've seen Department of Probation hollowed out under your leadership. I'm looking at a list of 40-odd leaders, serious, capable, dynamic, impressive government leaders who have all left DOP since you came on board in the last 2 years. When you testified before us in March of 2023, your first hearing, every single one of those deputy commissioners, the general counsel, Wayne McKenzie, who was great, Michael Forte, who was great, Sharon Goodwin, who was great, Janine Gray, who was great, they're all gone. And many of their assistant commissioners and their right-hand people, they're all gone. So the history of the history that we built up at DOP under Ana Bermudez, under Vinny Schiraldi, under Marty Horn, under Michael Jacobson, these reform-oriented, thoughtful leaders that had advanced really good policies at DOP, all of that institutional memory and institutional expertise is out the window, and we've seen this orientation toward more aggressive enforcement. The issue that I really want to focus on today is around youth, around serving young adults, and our failure to effectively connect young people to diversion opportunities. Under your leadership, we've seen the Impact Program cut, Next Steps cut, Arches cut. We've seen a discontinuation of referrals to the Advocate Intervene Mentor Program, the AIM program. And we've seen the rearrest rate double for young adults over the past 5 years, excuse me. So from a low point of about 2.3%, we're now well over 4%, according to the MMR, on young adults being rearrested. So my question for you is, what are the data-informed approaches that you're taking to reduce rearrests and enhance diversion for our young adults? And secondly, well, let me just start with there, and then I got a couple more.
What's the question?
I'll try again. Considering that you've cut successful, evidence-based, effective programs that had been diverting young people from our criminal justice system, keeping our young people out of the courts and out of jail, we have seen under your mayor a doubling of the number of kids who are sleeping in jail every single night. It was down at about 150 when Mayor Adams came into office. We're now at about 300 kids a night. What is the Department of Probation doing, evidence-based approaches that you are implementing since you've cut $5 million plus in programs that had been working? What are you doing to actually start to reduce to increase young adult diversion and reduce the number of kids in jail?
So for the record, I have not cut any programs with the exception of Next Steps. There were no other existing programs, established programs, that I cut.
Impact was announced?
Impact, whatever the relation you have with Impact, I don't know. Impact was not cut under my leadership. Right? Because like you hear things and have people send you information and text you and email you, I do as well. But with that being said, people are remanded based on what a judge does, not what I do. We have a robust program for juveniles. We are always thinking about young people and keeping them out of the system. So personally that if I hear about a young person being arrested, the first thing I'm doing is sending someone to that child's house. So with that being said, you heard the numbers here today. Recidivism has not doubled for young people. As a matter of fact, it's trajecting in the opposite direction. We spoke about the fact that I established a dashboard, and now as a result of such, we're actually, I shouldn't say promoting, but we are actually reporting truer recidivism numbers. I had a meeting, light meeting, respectfully with Chair Nurse and Councilmember Stevens regarding that. And we can have a further meeting. I can do a full dashboard presentation for the whole council if you like. Trust me, the measures that are in place now are to ensure that those young people that didn't have an education, I'm the first, according to DOE, since you want to speak about first, to have a meeting with DOE about probationers, to identify the remedial programs or whatever school settings they have for our young people that may not have been to school in 6 months or a year and are too embarrassed to go back. So I know what's done here in probation, and I'm really sorry to hear that you're bothered and inundated with these emails, but I do have enough common sense to know emails, contacts, letters, however you describe it. When I walked into probation, I got emails, they're drinking on duty in Brooklyn. I got emails, they're dating probationers. You want to talk about the emails that I got? That's why members are in uniform, right? Because I have people taking their boyfriend's plates off their car while working that resulted in a suspension. I know this agency, I know what it was lacking, I know how to protect my members, and if that means being in uniform to curtail some of those little innuendo things that may lack integrity that was being done, then I'm going to do it. If it means carrying a firearm so they're safe when they're out there in these environments, when they walk in, how many guns has my intel person taking off of probationers? How many incidents with drugs that we've taken out of homes doing conditions to search? I just want to respectfully finish my sentence.
Please.
I've been doing this for 38 years for people I don't know, haven't seen, but for a lot that I have. I worked in underserved communities to make a difference.
Yeah.
So please don't, I beg to differ about your speculation. I think I'm 61. I mean, some people were probably 3, 4 years old when I started keeping the people safe in New York City, including their families. So I think I know a little bit about public safety.
Thank you, Commissioner, for sharing your perspective. I think that your comments get to the heart of the problem. You have served for many years, I'm sure with distinction, in the NYPD for decades. That is not 38 years of experience at the Department of Probation. You've hollowed out this agency and the expertise that was here of people that were running expert diversion programs that were helping connect our young adults and adults to opportunities that were not just focused on how do we enforce and throw away the key. And that has been the approach you have brought to this agency.
Absolutely not.
You do not like the data points that we share from the mayor's management report.
What I don't like is people that don't work and care about our clients. What I don't care is about, what I don't like are people that's not willing to grow, that are so stagnant that policy reflected the 70s and the 80s. What I don't like is people that don't take our clients' needs, what services they need, whatever resources the heart.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I don't know who you're fighting with here. I don't know who you're talking.
It's not checking a box.
I don't know who you're referring to on that.
I don't know who you're referring to.
What I'm saying is that the Department of Probation had a multi-decade-long, reform-oriented, evidence-based approach.
Excuse me. I need this to go better, please.
I'll just try one more time. We have seen a decades-long, evidence-based reform leadership at the Department of Probation that had been doing a very good job. You have come in and tried to shift the agency in an entirely different direction.
How would you even know that?
Because I've worked in city government for 15 years. I'm a member of the city council. I'm a member of this oversight committee. I've worked with your agency long before you served there. So I am very familiar with the Department of Probation, and I appreciate your perspective, but I disagree with it.
What
you have testified to today is a series of anecdotal perspectives. Anecdotes about why you think there's what you're raising as safety concerns, or your lived experience, not data-driven. Ma'am, I'm going to finish what I'm going to have to say, if that's okay. Secondly, what you spoke to is individual issues with individual probation officers. You failed to mention systemic issues that need to be addressed. You're saying there's an issue here, an issue there. That is not how management works. I have to say,
That's
you
your
have thrown the baby out with the bathwater by eliminating good programs that were making a difference.
I didn't
The data is
eliminate
moving
Please
in the wrong
respect
direction.
the floor, Commissioner.
So,
With all due respect.
He's going to finish his statement. Are you done, Councilmember?
I don't, the truth
I'm
is,
giving you the floor.
I appreciate it. I don't really think that
Where's
we're
the
getting
question?
anything.
Right,
Sorry.
Where's
What-
the question?
I'm sorry. I'm
here for
sorry.
questions.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I'm here for questions. I
You
just
can't
didn't
hear a
one.
question if you interrupt. So please let the question be asked. Questions have preambles.
Okay, I will. How many officers are assigned today to family court?
For what purpose?
How many probation officers are assigned today to family court, total?
All juvenile officers. You want to mention how many are assigned there?
84 probation officers in juvenile.
So we've gotten reports from probation staff that we're down as much as 45% in probation officers assigned to family court. We've gotten reports from probation staff that we are assigning officers to serve in multiple boroughs at the same time, commuting multiple hours per day. We're getting complaints and concerns from probation officers and probation staff across the board that are deeply concerned about the direction of your leadership at this agency. And I have to say, I have heard nothing in the half a dozen times you've come before the City Council that's given me an ounce of confidence in you, your leadership, and this agency. This is the single most dysfunctional agency in the Adams administration, and that is quite a critique. So with that, I will call it. I just have to say, I am deeply troubled. Hollowing out of an agency is far easier than building it back up. But in 5 months, we'll start again.
Let's hope.
May I make one comment, please? And so I just wanted to state, first and foremost, under Commissioner Holmes' leadership, we have developed many programs for our clients in mind, right? We sit down, we mull, we analyze what's needed in our communities, our Black and brown communities. So we have programs like EMT, right? We have electrical programs for our youth and adults to have a resourceful income, right? We have, what else? We have CDL, commercial driver's license. We're thinking about doing welding.
Okay, how many people are in the CDL program?
Hold on one second. I just wanted to speak. Because to say that we haven't done anything under this administration is totally
I didn't say
false.
that.
And so I want to just really talk about some of the things that we've done.
I welcome it,
right? And
but we
so
just need
we have
data.
an AI program that's coming out for 14 through 21-year-olds. So we'll have our kids and our young adults out there who can go to Fortune 500 companies out of our disenfranchised neighborhoods and be able to have a meaningful resource of income.
I appreciate that, Deputy Commissioner.
We've done a lot under this administration.
So I just...
And we're also thinking about other programs that we can bring in. Maybe we'll bring in an evidence-based program. We're mulling over things constantly. We're constantly thinking about what are the needs of our clients.
Deputy Commissioner, I appreciate your comments.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
And also as far as
referenced-
placement for our juveniles, and so it is also important that eligibility and suitability are distinct considerations. While some cases may not be eligible for adjustment, referral to the presentment agency does not equate to incarceration. Rather, youth may be placed in juvenile detention while their case proceeds, as we know. And I know that there's been a lot of issues with our detention under ACS, but that's another story. But I just wanted to underscore some of the
We're
programs
even
that
in
we
the
have.
process of establishing the electronic monitoring. Why? Because I don't want to see children remanded. Right? And so, and looking at that in the light of an alternative to placement, there's been discussions with judges, with the general counsel, right? We're always thinking about how do we keep children in a normal environment so they can go to school, so they're in their community, so they're in their family. So to say that we cut programs is a fallacy. To say that there's nothing that's been done in this administration to move probation forward is a fallacy. And the few people that are informing you of anything different, I really don't know what to say, but it'd be nice if they come and speak to the administration if they're looking for something different. Because like I said, like you, we just had an all-in January 3rd. Every probation officer and SBO was invited. Tremendous, tremendous feedback. Tremendous feedback. Because we didn't want them to draw off of these rumor mill, right? Because we, like I said, with change comes change. You disturb a bee's nest. Wayne did not leave and leave this beautiful general counsel in place. Wayne had an opportunity with Alvin
Okay, I'm gonna
Bragg
need us to get
that
back on track to the
preceded my
question.
appointment.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Because you want to talk about the 4 people that left. Janine Gray
How about 4?
left on her own. Sharon actually had some
personal
issues, and she had a 40 years. She stayed here, and I love her as long as she could to help get things on board and move a lot of things forward. But unfortunately, family matters and life happens.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's get to the point.
Can I just close out? I appreciate it. Deputy Commissioner, I appreciate your points. Thank you for raising them. I'm deeply concerned. We've seen ACS spend $78 million to expand their jail facilities to house more kids. We've doubled the number of kids who are sleeping in jail every single night in New York City under this administration. We are seeing at the police commissioner has said that it's time to revisit Raise the Age. We were the 49th out of 50 states in the country to finally start treating minors like minors and not like adults. We need leadership from the Department of Probation to actually be engaging our young people in constructive ways, keeping them out of our court system and out of our jails. And frankly,
That's
I've
what we do.
highlighted a series of different initiatives that we're deeply concerned were cut or failed to be implemented or failed to be expanded as had been planned.
Absolutely
And we
false.
welcome the specific things that you brought up, but what we need from this committee to provide effective oversight is actual data. What I hear from Department of Probation officers is about sick outs that have been that have happened at the Department of Probation, where officers have decided it is too problematic what has happened in the agency, I'm not even showing up to work. What we're hearing from Department of Probation officers is not anecdotal. These are serious systemic concerns about how this agency is failing to be
You're
managed.
hearing it from one
So
pool
I
of
think
people.
again, what would be helpful, I'm gonna move to Councilmember Stevens, but I think what would be helpful and what we've asked in every single hearing, you can go reread the transcripts, I certainly do in preparation for these hearings, why you cut those programs you cut. What is the data or the rationale for decisions you're making? We've had meetings with you.
There are
and
no
we've always,
programs
I'm not
cut.
finished. We've always asked in those meetings for follow-ups. Can you write out to us what we are discussing so that we can have time to absorb it? Secondly, I just said, the data you have and the data that we have public access to and from the laws that we've passed aren't the same. So we cannot do effective oversight if we don't have the same thing. So I would appreciate it if you could reconcile that in some way so that we can be having a conversation on the same page, on the same terms. So we'll send a long list of follow-up from this, but I'm gonna move it to Councilmember Stevens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a number of questions, but I just want to start off by just saying, one, and I say this in a lot of hearings, we're not your enemy, and you don't have to come here to fight, because one, you should be using us as a check, because you keep saying that you're not hearing and it's not happening. They're not gonna come to you, your staff isn't gonna come to you and be like, I don't like how things are going. And so you should be taking this as feedback and not be on the defense. And I've had multiple conversations with you around different issues when things come up and we have conversations, but understand it's feedback. You don't have the luxury of seeing all the things. When you're in the work, you don't see all the things. You guys are in it. So people are gonna come to us. Our job is oversight. So we're gonna see things you're not gonna see. So it does not have to always feel like so much tension when these are real things. And here's the other piece. Even if it's one person giving us feedback, it's still feedback that you should be trying to say like, well, why is this happening? I've managed people as well. And if one person had an issue, I'm like, okay, well, let me adjust. Maybe there's something that I need to look at or evaluate to say, how do we move forward? Because someone is feeling this way. And so it should not be this tension, because if they're getting letters and getting emails and they're reading the letters out about what's happening, that's just feedback to be like, maybe all the things you are doing good, but maybe there's some things we can change. Maybe we should absorb it and say, okay, this is not okay, but why are they feeling this way? Maybe the trainings that you're doing aren't working. Maybe it's not effective. It's okay to have feedback, and everyone isn't gonna be happy, but take these hearings as saying oh, they're seeing something we're not. This is not well, I'm gonna say for me, I am not personally attacking you. I live in these communities, these are my people, and I want the best for them. And so I tell everyone, when you're sitting across from me, you're gonna get this smoke because I'm fighting for my people. Right. And so I don't want it to be tension, I want it to come up with solutions. And I think the chair said it. You have said that data is how you're driven. And so to me, I'm uncomfortable that when people are asking for data, it's not being presented? Because you have it.
Well, I apologize because I didn't know anybody was asking and it wasn't being presented. So I truly apologize for that. And we will make sure that, I mean, there are people here today, naturally, that my general counsel, that ensures that your feedback is given to you. So I'm tasking her with ensuring that whatever you're requesting, you get.
Listen, and again, when I have issues, I reach out, you guys get back to me, but I just want to make sure that even in these hearings, like you have stated multiple times, like, you know, I'm data-driven, I want to make sure these programs have evaluations, and so that's what people are asking for today. But before I get into my questions around the data, I have some questions about some testimony that was said today. I know you were saying that there's a behavior therapy in session that you guys are going to be starting in September. How are folks going to be referred to these programs, and what's the capacity for the program?
So at this point, they would be referred by the probation officer. Once the probation officer sees a need, or if the courts mandate that a particular youth get therapeutic services, those will be the two-prong approach to referrals.
And so what would be the capacity for this program?
So right now, we should be able to do, I want the caseload to be about 15 per person, so that would be like about 100 citywide.
So it'll be 100 citywide when it gets.
And as we, you know, develop the program, we'll probably increase staff so that we can.
And you have funding to support
we have
this
funding
program?
From the state funding, yes. We just got approved.
And I know there was another statement that was just made that like it's all these programs that's being, you know, created especially for young people to get skills. I want to be clear. Y'all know I'm all about the young people. Young people are asking for jobs. And I know you said like, oh, some of them don't want programs during the week. They don't want programs, and they're not at home doing homework. They want jobs. So we should be setting up a system for people to make money. A lot of these young people are getting caught up in crime because they don't have options. If you look at the numbers around young people workforce development, we are still the highest. And so in all of our agencies that are interacting with these young people, I'm telling them every week, we all need to be reimagining what the workforce looks like, and enough with the programs because they ain't going.
That's right.
And so that's my request from you, that's my request from DYCD, that's my request from ACS. That's all I've been saying, and it has not been happening. And so I am telling y'all, if there's a new program that needs to be created, it needs to be looking at some type of workforce development where young people can make money. So my questions around some of the data, you've had a number of previous occurrences that rely on data guides, your decision in making evaluations, whether it's successful outcomes and achievement. For example, last year, when we discussed your decision on canceling the Next Steps program, a Credible Messengers mentoring program that served young people living in NYCHA, you said your reasoning was canceling wasn't funding, it was the fact that there was no real key performance indicators. I'm curious whether the logic is applied consistently throughout the department. One contract agreed upon with you Commissioner, were the Street Smart VR, which you had previously described as a company that provided virtual reality systems that tech positive decisions making to young people. What performance indicators are you using to measure the success of Street Smart VR contract, and what data can you share as a result that you have achieved thus far?
So that's not a program. Those are vessels that we use to reach the young people. So we have two of our program designers, I say designers, but deliverers, that have been writing out scenarios, very similar to the option program with the police department that they use for the young people, where you write out a scenario and the scenario has what we call options. So you can make a poor choice and we'll say, well, why did you make that decision, such as a robbery, right? So we're looking at the crimes that we see our young people are more affiliated with, and we're creating these customized scenario-based virtual reality, it's a system, but virtual reality scenarios. That way we're kind of reaching them. They love virtual reality. So it's not a program, it's helping deliver the respective program that's there. It's just a vessel that's being used. It's not a program. It's the same company used that provides
and it
these
also
vessels.
says in the agency's contract, Street Smarts indicates that the program is being used for probation training, not clients. Can you explain that?
Right, so in our training segment, so we teach them how to search a vehicle, how to search a home, because you have these mandates by judges. So where's training? You can come up and speak about it. Right, instead of me anecdotally, the expert come up and speak about it.
And while this person's coming up, I remember at one of our budget hearings, you talked about bringing virtual reality as programming that people wanted. So that's why I think we wanted to bring it up. So if I'm understanding you correctly, when you say that's like this is a tool for programming, but this isn't a program in and of itself.
It's not a program.
And it is being used for training probation officers?
We have one system that's used for training
So
probation. The
one
other
is for
hold on,
training
we gotta swear in.
officers, and then you have another program that young people use in conjunction with the program. And what program is it that they're using this with?
Right.
Or
What are the respective programs? Who has that? Tiffany? Come and talk about it.
Hold on.
You gotta come
We
to
got to
the mic.
swear in this individual, and I believe this individual. And maybe, Sergeant, can you pull up a chair for them?
Can you ask them to state their name?
Can you state your name for the record?
You can stand up.
McGill? Andrea McGill.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
And can I get your name on the record one more time?
Tiffany Bell.
Thank you.
So I was just trying to get a better understanding what the training that they're using this for, and then I was trying to identify what programs that the virtual is being used in.
Sure. So thank you for your question. The three systems that they're using it for is in service, and as Commissioner said, for our juveniles and our adult operations. For in-service training, in recruit training, we utilize scenario-based trainings in order to gauge and help individuals when they go to the branches, when they finally graduate, and help them and give them different scenarios that they will encounter within the branches. As far as programming, Ms. Bell can speak further on that.
So as far as programming, we have robberies, assaults, and weapons program. So they bring those scenarios as far as robberies, different scenarios of robberies, and what would be the correct way to handle a situation, assaults, as well as if you're being pulled over by an officer and there's a gun in the car, and so forth. So that's what the VR is being used for.
And what programs is that used in?
The program is called RAW.
RAW.
It's a
RAW?
robbery. Yes.
Okay.
Robberies, assaults,
I didn't hear
and
that.
weapons
Okay.
program.
All right, thank you. Another program that was mentioned that was being created is the Girl Talk Mentorship Program. How many probation clients are enrolled in that program, and what's the performance indicators that are being used to measure the success?
So Girl Talk is currently in 16 different high schools as well as part of their curriculum.
Do you have the high schools that they're in?
No, I do it. Does anyone have the list? No, I'll provide it afterwards.
Thank you.
So they're in 16 of the schools. That was established when I was in the police department. I felt it was a need for young girls to have some sort of mentoring program. It has since evolved to every respective precinct, and now subsequently 16 schools that Girl Talk is housed in. So it's mostly in...
How were the schools decided? Is that like, because if it's a partner with you guys, how did you decide what schools you would be in?
So actually, DOE chose the schools based on, I guess, their incidents and their more problematic population of young women.
Yeah, I would love to see the list, because I think sometimes isn't taken consideration. So I would love to see the list of what schools it's in, and making sure that we're using data that matches the need for this program. Because sometimes they're like, oh, we just want this program because we want a program, and not necessarily where it should be.
Yeah, I know they chose, they were the final decision makers in what schools they were in. And right now, I don't have the exact number of how many young ladies are involved. I know that each respective borough in family, I guess in family court, right? More so, Patricia, like in Queens Court, they each had their respective days that they would do Girl Talk meetings. I know it was in the Bronx, I know it was in Queens. Presently, those were probably the two most boroughs that are driving the crime in New York City, also affecting whatever recidivism rates we may have with Queens and the Bronx, and then Brooklyn is always a neck and neck with the Bronx. But neither here nor there. It was the young ladies in the particular boroughs that were tying these young people into Girl Talk. Also Blue Chips in the Bronx. Blue Chips is another program that was started in PD, just to have that collaboration where they're working together with different young people. You know, these groups are not specific like certain neons are specific to neighborhoods because people, I think the premise was they were concerned about kids being in different territories. So here, this is just programs where they play ball together, or they go out and they participate in runs or different.
Yeah, I've heard of Blue Chips. I just have a couple more questions. So the next question I have is, how many probation clients have participated in the commercial driving license program and the barbering program, and how many of those clients secure jobs in those fields?
Okay, so a total of 81.6% have successfully obtained employment through DOP.
Is that a percentage? Do you have the raw numbers?
Yes. 847 clients have successfully obtained employment through DOP. Of these, 156 individuals secured jobs after completing the specialized training programs that we have, such as CDL, emergency responders, and electrician
assistant, yeah.
We're actually increasing the number of our CDL program, which will actually be able to hold 600 participants per year. We were doing 20 participants throughout the 5 boroughs. We are now increasing it to 30 participants.
Are there any other metrics of success beyond employment being shared from this program? Like, is there any other than just securing a job? Are you looking for other metrics of success?
It would be just for them to secure a job. That's the goal. We want them to be able to secure
Securing
jobs.
and maintaining employment.
And maintaining
There could be
employment.
there could be other. I mean, if it's not, but it could be others. So like completion, so there's other things. I'm finishing up. I'm trying to finish your questions. I got 2 more.
Okay, no, my only thing was asking, in the follow-up, we'd love to get a breakdown of the capacity of those programs and how many active participants you're having, both on an average and for whatever current cohort you might have. And if we could have those 847 clients broken out per program, because the way you described it seems like it's the data for a number of them.
In your opening statement at the preliminary budget hearing in March, you informed us that you created a new program and evaluation team to collect data that would help ensure DOP programs were effective and would lead successful outcomes. What is the number of staff currently assigned to the program evaluation team?
Turn on your mic, yeah.
It's 6 staff.
And this team was established at the beginning of 2024 when you begin collecting the data to better understand what you're working to reduce recidivism and improve employment opportunities educational. As a result of this team, what changes have been made to enhance DOP programs?
So we have implemented the 2 processes. One is the weekly report that we receive from providers, and also a monthly report. And with those reports, we're able to ascertain like how many clients or how many slots are available in each program, and the probation officers are able to see how many slots are available. The providers are able to see how many slots are available. And through these processes, we were able to increase the number of referrals. We were also, and this has been great with the providers, because for a lot of providers, they weren't getting any referrals until these processes.
So you
were
are
in
able
place.
to see the referrals more clearly.
Yes.
So it's happening more frequently.
Yes, and also the team have regular meetings with the providers, so we're able to address any changes or issues.
How often are your meetings with the providers?
So it depends, but it's usually on a monthly basis. And I also attend those meetings with the staff.
I don't have any more questions, but I do want to give a shout out to all the interns that are in the buildings today. My staff and my interns are here, and they've been patiently here all day. Shout out to them. And I saw the chair, Rita Joseph, come in with some young people as well. So shout out to you guys for seeing government in action.
We have to bring out interns next time.
We have one here. Actually.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the interns. Shout out to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I have Williams followed by Brewer.
Yeah, so I guess I'll shout out my own interns that are here too. And I just want to say a caveat. I'm a guest. I'm not on this committee, so I may not really know some of the technical language, which actually brings me to my first question. So when I was looking at the committee reports, it was about the Intelligence Enforcement Unit, And in comparison to the MMR, or maybe so correlated to the MMR in March 2025, it showed that there was an increase in rearrest rates, but it also showed that there was an increase in intelligence enforcement, went from approximately 1,800 actions in 2022 to 7,400 actions in 2024. So could you explain a little bit more about what the Intel Enforcement Unit does and why there was such a stark increase?
Right, I guess.
And if you feel like it may be correlated to the rearrest rates.
Right, so Intel was established, when were you established, Ralph? You want to come to the mic? Oh, he's here, okay. Does he have to be sworn in? Yes. Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Ralph DiFiore.
Thanks. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. Okay, Intel, I have been with the agency for 31 years, so Intel has always existed within probation. It's been termed Field Service Unit, and then it transitioned under Commissioner Schiraldi into the Intelligence Unit. We serve a function of supporting operations. And the increase that you see in the numbers that were reported was related to Commissioner Bermudez changing how Intel reported in the MMR. Prior to 2022, we did not capture for the MMR a lot of the work that the Intel officers did. And specifically, there were two categories added to the MMR. Intel's work around the interlock ignition program and criminal possession of weapon with firearm cases. When those categories were added into the MMR, you saw the uptick. Just from those two categories added into the MMR accounted for almost 3,000 visits per month, or enforcement actions as it's termed in the MMR. The IID cases, the interlock cases, were always being done by field services or Intel. And on average, during the time period we conducted those visits, we were doing over 200 plus visits on that. The CPW firearms, when Commissioner Bermudez was here, she wanted Intel to be proactive on consent to search cases. At the time, the operations staff and adult were not trained on how to conduct searches. The Intel officers were. So the emphasis on Commissioner Bermudez with Intel was Intel take up these search cases, majority of which were tied to criminal possession of a weapon. Those were the cases that were getting that special condition mandated by the court. So you saw the CPW number increase, you saw the IID number increase, only because it was added into the MMR at the time. Currently, the intelligence offices focus on what's in the MMR. Primarily, we've been looking at violation of probation bench warrant cases. And when Commissioner Holmes came in, we have a backlog in active violation of probation cases. We were tasked with the mission in Intel to focus on any active violation of probation warrant that went back 5 years that involved a robbery, assault, or weapon. And that's what we've done. We've created a unit that specifically goes out and deals with VOP bench warrants, and they've had good success. We focus on cases that involve domestic incident reports with elements of violence. So those cases are also inside to Intel offices. If there's an element of violence, the Intel offices will go out in support of the operations staff. We deal with retakes where we travel outside the jurisdiction with people that have warrants that are active and need to be returned back to the jurisdiction. So those are some of the changes that you've seen in the numbers of.
And with the warrants, when I walked in, there were what, was it over 20,000 outstanding warrants? We had to meet with Judge Zayas to try and mitigate some of the misdemeanor warrants and things of that nature. And so I'm glad to say, I always thank Ralph and his team for addressing that, as well as the General Counsel. We're working, trying to get some of those things mitigated. The number was astronomical.
So what's the number now?
What's your number now, Ralph?
Around 12,000, 12,000, approximately. Approximately 12,000.
1,200?
12,000.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, seems like two things. There was a change in the data collection and data reporting, and then you were also strategically asked to address the backlog. So this is why we see an increase, because you're addressing a backlog.
Right. The number in terms of the violation of probation activity has seen a slight increase. I think what the Intel officers that are in that unit have been successful at is returning more of the probationists back to court, which has been the goal. They have a good return rate. We average about 30-something% in terms of returns on the cases they work.
And isn't that reflective as a rearrest because they're outstanding on a warrant? Is that reflective as or return on warrant, I should say? I
Right.
should know that. Return on warrant.
Right, Commissioner. What happens often to somebody that's on probation with an active violation of probation bench warrant, many times they have an active arrest warrant that is taken care of when they return to court. So not only are you addressing the violation of probation bench warrant, you're also addressing an open address warrant.
Which would affect recidivism when you're looking at the intel.
Okay, which is why I asked, because there's, in our report, it just seems like a correlation if people don't actually think that your agency is trying to help people stay out of our jail system, and they look at this agency that typically hasn't seen that many quote-unquote actions, and now all of a sudden this particular unit is tasked with, according to you, doing more actions than they previously had. It does, for us, this is why we're asking, because you're the experts, look like there is a targeted effort to pretty much arrest more people or have more people be rearrested versus the opposite, which is more of an alternative than having them rearrested. But if you're saying these are warrants maybe for, that the judge issued, or maybe they
people that
violated.
never showed up, right?
Or people
So-
never showed up,
right,
or
that's
maybe,
exactly.
so yeah, I guess it would be helpful too, because I know the chair is asking for a lot of data to be able to make that distinction around why certain people were rearrested. Like, is it that they didn't come? Is it that they violated?
Yes, and you are absolutely right, and you're very smart. You're absolutely right. That's data that we're looking at and building into our dashboard. I have a meeting this week with a person that's helping us build this dashboard out further to support that respected information. I'm not saying we're foolproof or we have everything covered, but we are definitely moving and working in that respective direction.
Thank you. And yes, I know you offered to give the council a presentation on the dashboard. I would love to see the dashboard as well. Some other questions I have before I ask these other wonderful questions that I was tasked with asking is the spending on firearms. I know a lot of my colleagues talked about firearms, the use of firearms, the new mandate to have firearms, and it appears that DOP has purchased about $160,000 worth of firearms from AmCharcoil, or pronounced as charcoal, AmChar, wholesale during your tenure. There do not appear to be any similar purchases from this supplier or for similar equipment in the previous 5 years. Do these payments indicate an increase in firearm spending over previous years?
No, it's indicative of the people that we're hiring. So as we hire people, they have to, like we said, qualify in firearms. Probation is the one that purchases the firearms, whereas in other agencies like mine, my firearm was my firearm. Here, the agency purchases the firearm for the respective employee. So that's what you're seeing. And as you see us increase our numbers and hopefully move that attrition number in a more positive direction, you're going to see where we would be purchasing not just firearms, but radios as well.
Okay, do you believe the department was not properly armed during these previous 5 years?
I believe that the department had some omissions that I think, with all due respect, would make it a lot safer for our probation officers. Even in the family courts. I mean, you could speak to some of the DAs with the incidents that go on in these courts with our probationers, right? And the things that are compromised in getting into the respective areas where we may be stationed or may be present as a result of such.
Which DOP positions are assigned city-owned firearms? When are these staff required to carry the firearms? Is it only in the field, and do they have any discretion?
No, they do have discretion. As a matter of fact, when I came in, people were getting charges for lost radios. I said, well, what do you have for them to secure their radio when they're in their respective office? So as a result, we not only have, and still building out radio rooms so they can secure their property, but also firearms, where they have lockers where they can secure their firearms when they're in their respective office.
Thank you. The next set of questions is my own personal pet peeve of Big Brother. I feel like you came from the police department. I feel like we have cameras everywhere. And apparently it's been reported that DOP is also using, along with FDNY and NYPD, Clearview AI. We're aware that you all are using it. Can you describe what you are using this technology for and how many individuals have access?
Wait, what are we doing?
Clearview AI. So that we received information that Department of Probation is using Clearview AI.
I never even heard of it.
Okay.
We're not using Clearview.
Yeah.
Just confer with our technology team. We're not using Clearview.
Yeah, no, I've never even heard of it.
We don't even know what it is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so the next set of questions come from a series of questions, again, as you heard from our chair and other colleagues, about people who have been reaching out to the council. I'll peruse and read some of the letters because I think it's just important to give voice to the letters. There's a constant threat looming of loss of pay, being suspended, which was never done unless there was gross negligence. There have been more demotions that we can honestly say we have ever seen in this department under this commissioner, which resembles bullying tactics. There seems to be a serious lack of adequate managerial skills on part of headquarters, I'm guessing, within the commissioner's office. These things are not conducive to the maintenance of a stable and productive work environment. Commissioner Juanita Holmes has not acknowledged the department. She doesn't take any advice or explain any changes. That you have demoted several people, including supervising probation officers, deputy commissioners, directors, who have given more than 20 years of their lives working at probation, and that you rule the Department of Probation with an iron fist. So, it's been an alarming number of probation staffers who have been suspended without pay for up to 30 days with no due process. Can you walk us through, and then you can, I know you have a response.
So
Can you
like
walk
I,
us through the,
so here's what I attempted to do.
Question.
Oh, I thought it
Member
was
Williams, can you just
suspension.
finish your
I didn't hear.
Yeah. So just to the question, and I'm sure I know you have a response to these letters. Can you walk us through the circumstances in which probation officers can be suspended?
So that varies, right? Because I walked into an agency that really had nothing spelled out regarding suspension, except for the obvious, AWOL, you don't show up for work, and you should have been at work, right? I walked in, there was no due process. So as a result of such, this general counsel hired an investigative team, because it strictly went from our former general counsel to the advocate. There was no in-between, meaning someone to advocate and look at this specific case, interview the parties that were being referred for charges or suspension, which they're entitled to. So that was put in place. And with that being said, what I've been doing to even mitigate that, because I saw where there's nothing else in between. What do I mean by that? And, I come from an agency where there's something called command disciplines. What does command disciplines look like? I wrote this out, the policy. I explained it to the union, to the attorney. We sat down with the different members and spoke about it. A command discipline is simply this. I'm removed from it. This entire table's removed from it. If a supervising probation officer has something they want to reprimand their respective probation officer for, they simply can do it at that level. It doesn't have to be elevated to the general counsel. But because that hasn't been mitigated, the policy hasn't been accepted, now every violation comes to the office of the general counsel. So imagine this. I want to try and explain as clear as I know how. I'm the supervising probation officer. One of my probation officers shows up late 3 times, 3 days in a row. You're holding up your partner for going out for field visits. I'm tasked to do something, right? If it's once, it's a verbal. If it's 2, hey, you're teetering on being reprimanded with some sort of punitive actions. Now it's a third time in the same week. I'm tasked with, I can write out this command discipline, give them the piece of paper, tell them to sign it, and recommend, I'm going to take 2 days from you. I'm going to take 1 day. It never gets to me. It never gets to the general counsel. It's a simple process where, based on your relationship with that probation officer, or if you're APO, your relationship with that SBO, you make the decision on how they should be reprimanded for those particular violations, even with managing their caseload. So now you don't have that in place. Every supervisor writes something up, someone they want to reprimand, it goes to the general counsel's respective office to be mitigated. Now, you want to speak to that?
So I just want to clarify with respect to the due process. So Civil Service Law 75 does provide for pre-hearing suspensions, right? So individuals who are suspended, they are getting their due process. When I came into this agency, we had one attorney who served as the advocate. He would get a referral from the field, from a supervisor, and immediately charge the individual. There was no investigation done to see what happened, to see if this is something that should be handled on a local level. What we did under this administration, under this commissioner, is hire investigators. We're actively doing investigations so that our employees can get due process. I can tell you that in respect to investigations, there are cases that I've sent back to the field and say, I'm not formally disciplining someone for this. You handle it. You train the individuals.
So what you're saying from your testimony, Commissioner, you walked in, there's no protocol at all for how a supervisor would issue out some kind of punishment for whatever grievance they might have.
At that command level.
Okay.
Right?
So
yes.
What I'm asking, I think it would be helpful, is I understand that things are being referred to general counsel, but there has to be some kind of written guidance. If you are a supervisor, you know what are the reasons why you would give out a suspension or not, right? It's written out for you?
That's what this command discipline policy supports. It has the different levels, it has the reasons, it simplifies it. I think it's tremendous.
No, I'm not questioning the value of it. I'm just asking, you're saying it didn't exist before?
Correct.
And now it exists?
No, it doesn't exist because the union hasn't accepted it or agreed to it.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
It's
ahead.
okay. You're the chair. Okay, to follow up to that, so you say you have an investigative unit now. How many people are working in that
We
unit?
currently have 2 investigators and 2 attorneys staff within the unit.
Okay,
And
and-
I'm one and a director in a week.
Okay. And I know you just said in certain cases you say you're not going to reprimand somebody for something like that. So can you share under what specific circumstances that it is appropriate to suspend staff for 30 days without pay? So if you can give
So
some
everything's handled on a case-by-case basis, and so depending on the nature of the
Can you give some
allegations,
examples?
I can tell you egregious examples as AWOL, insubordination. Those are instances where we have suspended individuals, but again, everything is by a case-by-case basis.
Okay. How many warnings should a probation officer receive before being suspended? And I guess in this case, because it doesn't even seem like there's a real process, if there was a process, how many warnings do you think or do you feel, based off of your experience, a probation officer should receive before being suspended?
It all depends on the case. You can't say someone who goes out on city time and removes the license plate from their ex-boyfriend's vehicle, then I'm gonna give you 2 opportunities to do that on city time. I can't say that. So again, suspensions are by a case-by-case basis, and that's why the civil service law allows for it.
What is the civil service? I know you said the
There's
civil
a
service
section
allows for
75.
pre-hearing
Correct.
suspensions.
Pending hearing and determination of charges, so in the investigation phase, based on the nature of the allegations, we can suspend civil servants for up to 30 days without pay.
Okay, and I understand, like, sometimes laws create a lot of flexibility because it should be subjective in nature, like, you shouldn't be handicapped by the law, but if you could help us understand, I know you keep saying it's case by case, like, are there any, like, even internal agency criteria that you use to say, like, this is a complete violation, this person should be suspended immediately? Or is it really genuinely that subjective that you get to make kind of your own personal decisions? I'm sure applying the law, but you essentially get to make your own personal decisions based on each case. There's no benchmarks, samples, criteria, nothing. So you're just making decisions from your, or not you personally, but from your office's personal subjective opinion, maybe of applying some type of law to make a determination.
So that is something else we had on paper, which would have helped this department tremendously. We had a matrix in place that would speak to exactly what you're saying. And again, because of whatever issues the union had with it, they didn't want it. They didn't want us to have these things in place so you can say, hey, this benchmark would allow for a suspension of up to 30 days. These are things we've tried to implement here at Department of Probation for transparency and for accountability, but we've been met with opposition on it.
I think sometimes they think they're protecting the members, and it's really not, right? That is what protects members. It's just like in DHS, there was a former person that established this matrix or command discipline program. Where was he? From NYPD formerly. And that's exactly what the union proposed to us, to mirror what he did for that agency. Because then you have clear, concise rules and regs, right? There's always the exception. So if someone goes out and shoot their husband, their wife, or whatever, because they, love triangles, something like that, yeah, you're getting suspended, arrested, whatever. But the other little violations or minuscule things that should be mitigated at a command level, us removed, it should be their immediate supervisor who sees them every day, know their work ethics, know that they do a great job, so I'm going to give them a pass this time. That's what that policy would support.
Yeah. So I would, just because we're starting to run long, I think that's a place where this council would probably very much agree with you. We should have specific protocols in place for to prevent unnecessary arbitrary suspensions or retaliations, but to standardize it across the board, right? And those policies should be written. So if your testimony today is that those do not exist in any form, that's what we'll keep your testimony as. But if there is anything that you could show us that has any kind of written guidance for your supervisors, people in the field, anybody managing another person, that would be really helpful to see. And thank you, Councilmember Williams, for your questions. I'm going to move to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. When the dashboard is done, will that be available to the council or to the public? How does that work?
No, that's for internal use, actually. Okay. Yeah, it's just for us to be discerning of our metrics. Like when I'm looking at, has our employment ratio increased? Right. Has our homelessness decreased? Right. Giving us that real-time information.
It's the kind of data that might be helpful to us, but just that's helpful to know that it won't be available. Number two, maybe I missed it, but how many people are under your care? How many adults and how many young people? And how does that differ from when you first came in?
So currently we have over 16,000 that are under supervision. Adults, what do you have, 11,400?
So we have currently 10,364.
Of the adults, and the balance
Adults.
are young people? Okay.
Are you sure?
Okay, the balance are young people, right?
That was the old number. All right.
Seems to be, all right.
And how many do you have?
724, okay. Next question
But
is.
you're managing more than that.
We can't hear you, I'm sorry.
So adult matters, because, go ahead.
Adult matters include child support, any offenses, if any domestic violence offenses, and so altogether it's 949.
949, okay. Recidivism, and how was it when you first started, Commissioner? Was it around 16,000 also?
We never, oh, you're talking about as far as the population?
Right.
Yeah, what was the population when I started?
Approximately.
It hasn't really
changed?
Increased, yes.
Okay.
It's decreased over the years, especially since pre-COVID. The numbers have dropped tremendously. I remember taking a look at that when I came in.
Okay. Recidivism, what is the percentage? Again, when you started maybe versus now, is there a percentage of what recidivism is?
Right, so we have recidivism rates now, and they weren't really They were skewed when I first started, so they didn't make sense, and they weren't really maintained like they are now. But Antonio, you want to speak for the councilwoman?
So I can give you the last 6 months trend. Hopefully that will
Okay.
give you some insight. So monthly, so that's the number, or sorry, excuse me, the percent based on that 10,000 number.
Right.
What percent reoffend? So last month we're 3.1%. 6 months ago, which was January, was 4.1%.
4.1%, okay. And then for young people, what, just generally?
For the past 6 months, on average, it's been 4.8%. Currently, this month, for the month of June, is 4.2%, which is down from 5.1% in May.
Okay. And then the other issue I have is knowing, as Chair of Oversight, been to family court a lot. I have many, many friends who are family court judges. Obviously, not everybody in family court is under your care. But the question I have is, I find my judge friends say there's just so few programs to send people to. In other words, they just don't have a lot of alternatives. So my question to you is, what are the programs through your agency as alternatives to placement that are operating in family court? Are they full? How does it work between you and family court and the programs?
So
Because my friends say they're just not enough.
Yes, and they are absolutely right. And I get on some of those meetings as well, and we assure them that we are researching, but we're expanding some of the ones that we have. So when I came into probation, what's been in place for the last, I think, 12 years? Is it 12 years? You have ECHOs and AIMS. The only problem was, one of the programs, I think ECHOs, was only in 2 respective boroughs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So what would happen, imagine if I'm a client in Queens and I need to go to ECHOs in Manhattan. How does that work? But it was in place, when I walked in the door. AIM is in the respective 5 boroughs. We're looking for something different. We have been looking for something different. I know Patricia can speak to it. Like I said, I mentioned the electronic monitoring, not because I want to see kids with electronic monitoring, but I want to see kids going to school. I want to see kids home. I want to know that they're home meeting their curfew hours. I want to know that mom is not calling us saying they're not compliant with the household rules, and they should be with their families. So I thought that was a great idea and we're going to be putting in, probably in the next month or so, a pilot. Just to see how that works before expanding on it. I know the General Counsel spoke with several judges who were quite happy to hear that, because why? Keeps them from being remanded, first of all, and it gives us more leverage, right? Let's face it, we'll never have enough probation officer, police officer, correction officers, you name it. But we need to do more with technology so we're able to ensure that some of the mandates, like we can see if this respective person is going to school. Why? Because the monitor will tell us that. We can see if this person leaves the house after we do a curfew check. Why? Because the monitor will tell us that. But Patricia, you can also speak to the particular groups that you've met with, some affiliated with ACS, in order to research additional alternatives to placement.
Yes, so we've been looking into some evidence-based models such as MST, FFT, to look to see how that can be part of our continuum of services. And as we're going forward with RFPs and just thinking about our span of programming, those are some of the programs we're thinking about. We're also thinking about wraparound services that will include everything, education, all our 5 pillars that we discussed previously. So we're still in that decision-making, but we're really looking.
And this would be through the family court or in conjunction with family court?
Actually, I just met with Judge Pasadomo and last week in the Bronx, and so we've been having those robust discussions, not only with family court, but also with legal aid, just getting their insight into that also, as well as court counsel. So we're doing that.
Right, because to me, that is the issue. If you don't have wraparound services, it's not going to work. I've had 35 foster care kids. I know what it's like with these young people. The other question I have is, I know you said 6 staff on program evaluation. That is fabulous. But do you ever think about working with somebody like Vera or some other organization to do the evaluation as to what success, how you measure it? Are you thinking about that? That would get rid of some of this criticism that I hear in the press and from my colleagues.
Yes.
Somebody from the outside.
So we did have someone from the outside, most recent, that we spoke with, and the group from Chicago, I think it was. You want to speak to that? I thought their outcomes were pretty interesting, but the good thing was that evaluation started when
September 23.
Right, so it started in September. I came in March 23, and it was ongoing, and most of what they discovered was mitigated internally. Because I saw the same thing through the lens I was looking through, and they really drilled it home for us. So you want to speak to that?
Sure. So in September 2023, we had the NORC team from Chicago to come in to evaluate one of our programs, which is NeonWorks. And so through doing that, they had a focus group with the providers, with young people, and they really took a laser-like focus on our data. They talked to the providers, they talked to the young people just to see how the program can be better. And so it was, like the commissioner said, it was ironic because a lot of things that they uncovered, we were already working on, like the KPIs, more data, employment, looking at wraparound services, the mental health piece. And so when they completed their findings, what was interesting was because NeonWorks is an old program that we had, so it was really, I want to say, antiquated a little bit. So we didn't have time to do a new RFP, right? And so I think because the information that they did gather, because it was a little antiquated, we were already thinking about how we can make the program better. Like, how can we get employment specialists in to help those clients who didn't have educational levels, who needed it, or who didn't have an on-site workforce development specialist to help them with their career trajectory. So we were able to do that at the same time. So it was like we were running on the same course and thinking about how we can improve the program. So a lot of their findings, we already knew that those things existed. We knew that the probation clients were, and we're supposed to have a 40% population in the group, and they discovered that we didn't, right? But we were also working with the providers to see how can we work with DOP, our probation officers, to see how we can increase the referrals. So they've been going to the boroughs, doing tabling, going to the borough meetings to meet with the probation officers on site. So, the evaluation was something that we needed, that the Young Men's Initiative initiated, and we were all, at the end of the day, we were all satisfied with the outcomes of, what their findings were, because we were also improving as they were finding things that we already knew.
Okay,
that were.
I guess what I'm saying, I hear you. I'm big on evaluation, having listened to programs for the last 40 years in government. So my question to you would be to think about not only that Chicago group, but somebody else doing outside, because what I hear today, just me, not as up on this as the chair, but having to deal with this population on a personal level in my home on a regular basis, the issue is how do you make sure that the public and the council and people who are looking at the agency believe in what you're doing. You've got to have, my suggestion would be literally figuring out the funding to have outside group do the evaluation. That's one program. But from what I hear today, to your credit, you're trying different things and you're trying to make it work. But it's not, a perception is not there.
Right.
But an outside group could help you do that. Suggestion.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right, because it takes it out of our court. But the one thing I think I've been focused on, is meaningful employment. Meaningful employment. The majority of our population are over the age of 22.
I know them.
Yes.
They're in my house.
And they need meaningful employment to stay engaged and stay out of the system. So that's why we implemented the vocational training.
I hear you.
Which is a big success. Just the numbers itself, I think, speaks to itself. When it comes to program, the biggest challenge is ensuring that the client is showing up. Before I came in, clients thought because a court didn't mandate it, they didn't have to show up. And that's what was perpetuated through some of our personnel to the respective client.
Okay.
Oh, as well as, I want to get this on record, as well as some of the providers would say that. So imagine we're fighting, it's like pushing I'm pushing to have you go there. Someone's telling me, well, you don't have to be here because it wasn't court mandated. Insane.
Right.
Insane.
I'm very familiar with what you're talking about, but I'm just saying an outside evaluator would be helpful to you and to the public and get real data. Because yes, employment is needed, wraparound services. The young people don't go unless they have that support. I got one in my house right now. When I learned that he had only been there 54%, I had a heart attack. I didn't know. I need wraparound too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Okay, that's it for committee questions. I have two more, and then that's basically it. I wanted to talk about the CLO position in family court. It was mentioned a little bit, but I did have a question because we did get a lot of outreach about this. I won't read the excerpts into the record, but we got a lot, and we heard from folks within the court administration as well. So the decision to remove the CLOs from family court was communicated to Judge Jolly and Judge Pasidomo, the top administrative judges for the New York City Family Court. When DOP met with those judges, did they agree with this assessment? And did they agree that this decision would not cause any disruptions to family court?
So, I can't say I disagreed with their assessment, right? Because CLOs are very similar to court clerk, but
with whose
what
assessment?
very
I'm
similar to
confused
some of the
about your
functions to court clerk. But what I assessed and determined, they were more needed in the field to reduce caseloads. I could not articulate carrying heavy caseloads and having full duty probation officers in family court doing what's supported
But
through
I'm asking,
technology.
what my specific question, though, respectfully, was what did the judges say to you?
Well,
when you met?
that can better be answered by my general
Yeah,
counsel.
that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So they wanted to know basically what would fill the void of not having a human there to do some of the services. So some of the services that the CLOs were providing were services actually that the courts should have been providing on their own. So their clerks should be doing their responsibilities. A lot of what the POs were doing were the clerks' jobs.
Okay.
The aspects of probation that needed to be filled with void, we made sure that we had processes in place to fill those voids. So a lot of what the CLOs in family court was doing were taking orders and bringing them back to the department. We have technology for that. We don't need an officer sitting there collecting a piece of paper to bring it back to us. In addition, when they had questions, we made sure that we have someone on call, our Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile Operations, made sure of that. We have individuals, because again, juvenile operations, for the most part, they sit in family court, the same building. So
Yeah,
if you need
I
us,
mean, that
we're
was
there.
the value, from what we got sent to us, the value of that was just being the connective tissue, able to answer questions.
And so that is
provide rebuttal if the judge wants to refer someone to the wrong program, or, this was an opportunity for a human being to intervene. And I'm curious, from what we're understanding.
It still exists to this day. If they have questions, and again, we meet with the judges.
Who is that? Tell me specifically, what is the position?
So correct me if I'm wrong, the borough director?
The borough director.
So the borough director is full-time available on call to replace what the CLO is doing?
To the extent that the judge needs immediate attention and needs questions in court. Again, I have personally sat through family court and youth part and seen the probation officers just sitting there.
Yeah, I'm neutral on the value because I'm not holding these roles. I'm just saying this is what was communicated from the workers. What's being communicated is the fact that all PO officers now have to go into court for all of their clients. There's a little bit of a logistical inefficiency there in that they have to go to court, you wait around. Sometimes things go down, it's in a different borough than where they need to be for most of the day. So there was I'm identifying challenges that are being presented. There are inefficiencies, I'm almost done, I really am. And then the question I had was, did the judge specifically agree with that? Did they want you to retain a CLO? What did they say that they were gonna do to fill the gaps that you're saying were actually their jobs?
So we have to look in the various courts. So what you're talking about for family court?
I'm specifically talking about family court.
So for family court, the things that were in place, we just made sure that they were doing it. So the technology was already in place. We had these repositories.
What is the technology?
So there are different repositories that each borough has for the family court that they're supposed to be sending us orders to, in addition to for us to send our reports to. On family court,
What is the repository? Is it a digital email box? Is it a Dropbox?
It's a digital email box.
Okay.
Once the judge makes an order, they're supposed to send that order through that repository. We have staff that are assigned who monitor that mailbox in each borough. And so then when a client comes down, a juvenile comes down, we'll know, we'll have the order in place, we'll know what the what kind of level they're going to be on and what the mandates of the court are.
Yeah, it's funny that, okay, I'm just gonna say, I'll put this into the record. One of the specific things we were told, quote, that repository mailbox is a joke. There is no real system that proves it is better than an actual body in the court. The absence of CLOs is proving ineffective. There are concerns about misinformation being provided. We cannot always do our jobs without our eyes and ears in the court. The relationship with the judges is not what it should be.
So Chair Nurse, those repositories were always in place. We didn't put them in place.
Right,
They
but you had a human being.
Because they don't want to use them. They weren't using the repositories. What they had was our CLOs coming to court with the same report that was sent to them timely into the repository that their clerks are supposed to pull, read, and give to the judges. That wasn't happening in family court. What was happening was our CLOs were reading it for the court day of. Those repositories were all there. They didn't want to do that part, and it was a level of comfort that they had for years.
Understand. And so are you saying, or what has been different? So you've removed the CLOs. Are the clerks utilizing those boxes? Are they getting things read out?
Things are there being sent on time. We have our percentages to demonstrate that things are being sent on time. And what we've asked the court to do, understanding that every entity is strapped for resources, is to please use their resources to do their job. Probation can't continue to serve as their clerks. They have clerks sitting there. And so that's all we've asked in this entire process is for the things that were in place, please just use them so we can work together.
Yeah, I understand the need to call different agencies to account. If it's their job and they're not doing it, I would agree. But in the meantime, if there's a negative impact happening because of that, it's something that's concerning.
But that impact, just so you know, that impact is not because a CLO isn't sitting there. It's because people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing on their part. It's not the PO that was sitting there doing a clerk's job. That's what was happening.
No, that's what I just said to you, is if someone else's job, if it's the court's job to do that, and they've been relying on your CLO, I understand the need to create accountability for that. But at the same time, if the removal of the CLO from that is having negative consequences, that's something that needs to be worked on.
And that is something we meet with them almost monthly to work through the process.
I just actually met with Judge Pasadomo last Friday.
Great.
And we were talking about our new system without having the CLOs, and he actually stated that it has improved since we, removed the CLO. There were some bumps with anything with change. There's always going to be iterations of bumps, ups and downs. But now it's, it's really working better than it did when we first instituted it.
Okay.
So that was direct feedback.
Yeah, that would be
from the
really
head
great. It would be
judge.
something we want to keep hearing updates on when we're moving through these hearings, because we've been hearing that it's not working, both from inside the court and from staff. So if you're saying that we're in a better place, that's great. Some of the stuff that we were hearing is that the investigation reports were not being filed on time, or it's gone down, the statistics have gone down.
Consistently since March, we've had 100% citywide.
Yeah, that's not the case.
And that has not happened
That's your
in
testimony?
decades.
Okay.
Decades, so 100%.
Okay.
It should be in your INR, MMR report soon. Decades. So
Okay.
it's been on time.
Yeah, well, ours was showing it went from 95% down to 80%. So that's why I'm saying.
No, for the past,
This is
since
data
March,
that's
I
coming
believe.
exactly
Yeah,
from
so
what you're
that's
saying.
something we've always focused on, right? So first of all, the MMR reports that you were getting regarding the investigation reports meant that the investigation reports were started. What you're getting now is that the investigation reports are being completed.
And filed.
There's a different number, right? So like I said, I'm about transparency and reporting the right number,
Good.
not smoke and mirrors to make it seem
I really hope
successful.
that City Hall can reconcile the data that you all are putting out, so that when we're walking on the same ground, because we clearly have not been walking on the same ground this entire hearing with what you're presenting today and what we have with publicly available reports, plus what we've asked, in the past from you all. And one other question is in the youth parts of criminal court, just what gaps are being, let me say it this way. How are you ensuring that things are moving smoothly now that there's not a CLO in youth court?
So the only aspect of the CLO position that was in youth court, and I have personally went to every youth court in New York City and met with every youth court judge, is that if a case is removed to family court, that CLO was literally serving as an escort to walk us down to probation. That's all the CLO was doing, was walking the juvenile to probation if the case was removed to family court, so they can do that interview services. What we make sure now is that the courts have our information. We're notified if someone's coming down. We've also asked, again, everyone involved to do their part, their defense attorney, to make sure their client gets to where they need to be when a court says you have to report to the Department of Probation.
So, and when you mean by escort, are they leaving the building? They're just going upstairs? They're going downstairs? They're just handing a kid saying, go to this place?
That's what was being done by the CLO in youth part.
Okay.
That was the sole responsibility.
So they were just helping them get to the next
Right.
destination.
And so now
who's doing that now?
So now we've made sure that the information is there. We're notified when someone's coming down.
What do you mean the information is there?
Again, we have asked for everyone involved to make sure that everyone does a part. The juvenile is represented by counsel. Counsel makes sure you're juvenile. Again, it's a court order. The court is ordering.
Listen, I'm just asking
Yeah,
the
so that's-
logistical details
yeah,
because
so
I will walk into a
logistically-
court all the time and I don't know where the hell I am half the
So
time. I went to federal
logistically,
court. I don't know where I am.
we've asked
So
the personnel who are in court, who are supposed to be in court, to make sure that the juvenile gets the information that they need to report to probation.
Right, it's not the initial appearance where they're meeting them and taking them to the particular room. That's already done. It's usually when a judge decides, okay, I'm not going to make this a severe incident, we'll refer it to family court. They're given a respective card where they got to appear, what time they got to appear. Usually they have their parent. Sometimes they're supported by, what is that, the Legal Aid
No, the
Society? I think it is,
attorney.
yeah, right. So the attorneys, so they all make sure that they're giving the information. We were doing exactly the same thing.
Okay. Okay, well, I want to thank you for coming here. I feel like some things we agreed on. There are a lot of things we didn't agree on. I do agree with Councilmember Brewer's suggestion that maybe some outside eyes on the department would be very helpful. And also if the data could be reported in a way or updated in a way for the public so that we can have, effective oversight hearings.
So the data system that, remember, I walked into a place that didn't have data. Right, so I'm glad to have some data other than the MMR report.
I find it hard to believe you walk into an agency that had no data, no policies, nothing. That's fine. If that's how it's been, I will take your testimony as word.
Yes.
But I just say I think that's kind of wild to me.
It is. It was for me. Look where I came from. I could press a button and get robberies that happened 20 years ago. And now I'm doing bean counting. That's what it was, desktop audits.
Okay, there's one question from the floor and then we're going to close out.
And I have a question, just also a suggestion to the chair, because in listening, it's not necessarily that we don't have the same data. It's the descriptions and methodology behind the data, because how we read the data, because we don't have details, we read it one way, and then when you testify, you say, well, no, this data actually is this. So just saying, when you send over the data to actually provide more information on the type of data collection, if you have any methodologies, because that is where the discrepancy is, because two people can look at the same set of data, but if you don't have the underpinning of the data, we can have two different interpretations. So I just wanted to say that, because I know there's been this back and forth, and I think the large problem isn't necessarily that we have different types of data, it's just that how your agency looks at the data, we have a different interpretation. And so if you can provide more details around, again, collection, how you synthesize the data, any methodologies or any type of, I know you say you can't give mathematical equations, but if you can give that information, I think that helps us to look at it the same way you do. The problem is we're not looking at the data the same way that you are.
I understand completely, because I'm living it and you're reading the paper. I understand exactly what you're saying. So, and it may be difficult or labor intensive to create that type of delivery for you, because it just is. But when you're living it, I'm in it every day. I'm living it, so I can speak to
But
it
it's helpful.
without
So
looking at things.
Because you guys, you have it. You know how you're collecting the data. So I think it only betters our engagements. Because if we can look at the data in the same way as you, then I think our oversight would be a little bit more effective. If you can't share with us how you're collecting the data, how you're analyzing the data, then it doesn't allow us to effectively ask you questions, because inherently you're going to say that, no, this is wrong, this is not accurate. So that I'm just asking for a bit more information versus, this is the data versus this is not me. Because we're looking at the MMR, and every single thing that we've quoted today is coming directly from the MMR report. And if you're saying that how we're looking at it, or that's not the right numbers, that is a problem in our ability to provide effective oversight.
So I want to close us out. I really want to close us out because we've said this point several times now, and I think it's understood by all of us. We got to do better, point blank. So I'm going to thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making time in July. I would love to have a follow-up hearing later this fall where we can start to see where things have changed, or we can start to have more time under our belt to see what the changes you've done and how they are actually panning out. Thank you so much, Commissioner Holmes and your team. We're going to now close this panel out, take a 2-minute break, exactly 2 minutes, because I want to start to get through public testimony. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have the Okay, we're gonna get ready to start public testimony. We good, sergeants? We're good? Okay, so I'm gonna call, first I'm gonna read this. I'm now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic and the legislation being considered. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. First up is going to be the United Probation Officers Association, Delvane Powell and Ari Green. I'm sorry, the handwriting. I couldn't read it. Thank you. And when you're ready, just make sure the red light is on the microphone and you can begin.
Good morning, Chair Nurse and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Department of Probation's DOP organizational strategy. My name is Dalvin K. Powell, and I serve as the president of the United Probation Officers Association, UPOA, which represents less than 700 supervising probation officer trainees, and probation officer assistants. Our members are predominantly women and people of color, true stewards of justice, who work tirelessly to uphold public safety while helping individuals who have been involved in criminal justice system rebuild their lives. New York City Department probation officers are required to have a bachelor's degree and 2 years of relevant experience or a master's degree. We are peace officers trained alongside police officers, correctional officers, authorized to carry firearms, make arrests, and perform critical public safety duties. To keep our community safe, every component of the criminal justice system must play a role. Probation officers are as vital as any other law enforcement officer. Yet our salaries continue to lag significantly behind those of our counterparts employed by other agencies. Today's discussion is entitled The Department of Probation's Organizational Strategy. With all due respect to the department's leadership, it is unclear what direction this agency is heading. No coherent vision has been communicated to the union nor to our members. As someone who has been a probation officer for nearly 4 decades, I can tell you plainly, the New York City Department of Probation is in crisis. According to a recent report from the State Controller's Office, the Department of Probation has the highest attrition rate of the city agency, yet the administration has done nothing to stem the tide. DOP has failed to make meaningful use of the existing civil service list to fill vacancies and canceled training academies. They pushed our members to the brink of burnout by abandoning evidence-based policies that have helped manage caseloads and improve public safety. These decisions only reinforce what our members already know, that this administration does not value probation officers or the critical work we do to support public safety. Rather than prioritizing hiring and retention of probation officers, trained professionals tasked with supervising and rehabilitating individuals in the criminal justice system, the Commission has overseen the exodus of experienced staff. And while many of the individuals brought into senior positions are dedicated public servants, there's a concerning lack of institutional knowledge on the top. That not only impacts decision-making, it sends a clear message to our officers that there are limited opportunities for career advancement. Much of the progress made under previous administrations, such as reducing caseloads, hiring sufficient staff, implementing risk assessments, using evidence-based practices, has been undone. The department is now led by individuals who lack probation experience and show little interest in learning the job. In the past 2 years alone, only 91 new probation officers have been hired, while more than over 200 have left. Attrition continues to rise. Meanwhile, the department has focused on cosmetic changes such as uniforms, firearms, and shields, instead of what really matters, such as hiring officers, minimizing caseloads, workloads, improving office conditions, maintaining vehicles, creating workable work schedules, and ensuring safety of both staff and the public. Punitive discipline has replaced progressive discipline, creating a climate of fear and intimidation. Direct interference by management in union matters, particularly in response to unions' concerns raised by the union, has further eroded such trust between staff and leadership. Depending on the borough and the assignment, a family court officer could be managing as many as 40 cases, while an officer in Queens, Bronx, adult services, and Brooklyn supervision can carry caseloads over 100. Intake investigations and violations of probation are rising. Investigation officers are not permitted to adjourn cases, and unrealistic demands have resulted in officers being written up or brought up on charges for issues rooted in poor management. Each time someone leaves, their cases are reassigned to the already overburdened officers who remain. Our clients are frustrated by the constant turnaround. Morale is at an all-time low. Burnout is rampant. Stress levels are dangerously high. To our knowledge, the following probation civil service lists remain. Number 3143 that expires on July 2028. 2090 expires on 2027. 1091 expires on October 25th. and 0806 expires April 2026. There's also an active promotional list for supervising probation officers, exam number 0527, which has at least 25 names remaining. However, due to the understaffing and administrative delay, promotions have stalled. Other exams for titles in the PO series, including probation officer trainees and POAs, have been canceled or postponed. There is no clear path to career growth. Unlike the NYPD Department of Probation and Corrections, the department lacks programs to cultivate future leaders, such as partnerships with institutions like John Jay Criminal Justice. Retention is a challenge not only for SPOs, POs, POTs, and POAs, but also at the administrative level, where turnover has caused serious confusion has disrupted core operations. Members often struggle to get basic information about payroll, retirement, and timekeeping. In December, we learned that many members did not receive their salary increases that were owed through our collective bargaining agreement. Some are still waiting for corrections due to staffing shortages in the payroll department. We are also deeply concerned about proposals to lower educational requirements for probation officers, a move that will violate the state regulations. UPOA has strongly opposed this idea. The removal of CLOs from family court has been a disaster. The courts themselves have expressed dissatisfaction. Now our members are being forced to appear in court on their own cases, sometimes in multiple boroughs on the same day, taking them away from core responsibilities like field work, office visits, report writing. Many use their own cars and money to travel. There's no work-life balance. The DOP has yet to come to the table to discuss work schedules as outlined in our collective bargaining agreement. Our members are mentally and physically exhausted. Resources are stretched thin. Members are being involuntarily transferred sometimes to boroughs that present significant travel hardships with no regard for their personal circumstances or safety. Officers are now being ordered to conduct 2 or 3 hour interviews in the homes of defendants who failed to appear for their office-based investigation interviews. Despite safety concerns and requesting a meeting to address them, the department responded not with collaboration, but with a policy mandating that practice. At one point, the city even explored training our members to assist NYPD with riot control, something probation officers are neither trained or contracted to do. Thankfully, that proposal has been dropped following our request to bargain over the issue. Finally, if this administration is serious about building an organizational strategy that serves probation officers, our clients, and the general public, it must take time to understand the work and role of probation within the criminal justice system. It must collaborate with the union to address staffing and workload challenges, create realistic plans and training, establish viable career pathways. Policies that support rather than undermine the workforce are essential to building a sustainable and effective agency. The Department of Probation is at its breaking point. Swift action is necessary to prevent further deterioration and ensure that the agency can fulfill its vital mission. Thank you for your attention. I am here to answer questions.
Thank you. The rest of the panel can testify, and then Abby.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to be very short. I sat here and I was completely surprised, quite frankly. When we started to write out what was going to be said here today, we thought it was a little under 700. 620 people work in this, are assigned to this union. 620. And that includes not just probation officers and SPOs, the supervisors, but the trainees and the assistants, right? And when you're talking about statistics, one of the things I do is I collectively bargain for this union and many others. And I will tell you this, figures could be moved around every day. Budget, the city of New York is a terrific, great place. They know how to do that. Problem is, we can't get the numbers correct. It changes all the time. And you heard from the president that there are three exams that you could hire from. And the information we're getting, and we would ask you to see if you could help us here, is if these exams have the lists, the lists should be used to hire. We're being told people were hired into the titles we represent, not coming from these lists. And that would be unfortunate and probably illegal. All right? We haven't done anything about that yet, but we will. If there's a civil service exam, people should be canvassed if they still want the job. And the ones that are in the testimony from the president, you have the information, and I'll just leave it at that. We got, and I don't know if this is part of your, we got how many people from March 5th, 2023 until May 7th, and I have this for your, you have that? Okay. So look what happened. From March 5th to December 23 to December 31st, 23, 132 people left out of around 700, right? And then the next year, the whole year, 109, right? Most by resignation, some by retirement, and very few from termination. Okay, and then from the first 4 months and a week, it was 45. So it comes out to 286. 286 and 91 were hired. Regardless of what you heard here today, that's the numbers we get from the department. If that's the case, and the cases are static, how could the increase in what everybody has to do work? And I will tell you, we're getting people brought up on charges because they can't keep up with the increase, and that's wrong. And there was a few other things. There was an article on March 7th, 2025 in the Daily News, and I know newspapers print what they want. It's not always the truth, okay? However, in it, and I have a copy, and if you need it, I'll be able to send it to you. I'm not going to go into it. I suggest that you read it because it talks about things that this council should be well aware of. And today, the city put out another one on July 28th at 5:05, which is also enlightening, right? Now, I understand it's newspapers and people want to sell newspapers, but it's information that I think you need to hear from. You, Madam Chairman, talked about people leaving. We have a list of people who left that were hired either before, mostly during, and they were leaving for different reasons, all right? I can email you this. I only have one copy. In fact, I have two, so if you want that, that's available also. Having said that, a few things came up. The problem is when we meet with them, meaning the department, it's different than when we meet with the Mayor's Office of Labor Relations. We meet with the Mayor's Office of Labor Relations, we ask for things, information, and we get it. But we meet with the Department of Probation. Here's what happens. And this just happened this month. This is July 17th at 11:12 a.m. I'm writing this to Commissioner Holmes, Commissioner Campion, Labor Relations Commissioner, her first deputy, the negotiator. And the subject is Uniform and Firearms Survey. On behalf of the UPAOA, I'm requesting the raw data used for the Uniform and Firearms Survey, which took place approximately during the period beginning of June 25 through the middle of July 25. Please let me know when I can expect this information. I respectfully await your response. Here's the response I got 4 hours later. Good afternoon. This is from the Commissioner Holmes, who testified here today. That survey was not specific to firearms and uniforms. That survey was that I requested a gauge to say sense of safety. If a survey is warranted specific to firearms and uniforms, I recommend that you provide one to your members. Very nice. And that's tongue-in-cheek. On the 21st, a few days later, that Monday, I said, thank you for your response. I am requesting the raw data for the survey you referred to in your July 17th email to all of those in the above addresses. I await your response. We got nothing. Absolutely zero. And that's what's happening. So I have to go to the mayor's office and they have to get me information that sometimes is different than what they have. And sometimes what they give us one time is different, right? And it's I don't know if it's purposely, I hope it's not, but the bottom line is we're not getting things that we should be getting. I know you know the law, and I know you know when we ask for information that's not confidential, right? We should be getting it under the New York City collective bargaining law at the very least. We could do it under the Freedom of Information, but we're trying to stay in-house, quite frankly. And it's very difficult for us. So we can't wait too much longer before we have to start litigation. I'm very happy about this hearing, and I think what we would like to do, I'm cutting this all short here, okay, considering, but the deputy commissioner here who testified has been there for 3 months. So anybody could look up history. It's when you live it, then you really know what happened, quite frankly. And hiring, if they did hire somebody not in the civil service, under the civil service law, it's a problem for us, because that means some of our members were illegally hired, right? But if these lists are still active, and we're told by DCAS they are, they should have used that. And here's a problem: you can't be doing that.
Yeah, we did ask that, but we should find out how many are coming exactly from the list. They said it was 375, but we can do in a follow-up, ask how many specifically were pulled from that list.
So without going too much further, what we would like to do is send you questions for this body to ask the DOP, right? I'll be I'm going on vacation next week, so I'll try to get out to you this.
We'd happily take your questions.
Okay, and you know, it's very difficult to us to sit there and have somebody sitting behind me and in front of me that worked for the commissioner. I just find that strange. Not that I have to worry about what I said, because I knew what was going on, right? There's one thing I think you wanted to talk about, the sheriffs.
One thing, but then I'll be finished. Something that was brought to our attention that came out about the command discipline. We was in the process of talking with the department about command discipline. We agreed with that process because it gives you that due process or whatever. It never took place because it just fell off the map. We don't know what happened to it. Then all of a sudden, we got all these suspensions. Let me just give you some numbers. Last year, we had 11 suspensions, 30 without pay, right? This year, it's only July. We have 7 suspensions, and it's only July, right? And AWOL, I don't know what they're talking about AWOLs, because they wasn't for AWOLs, okay? But I'm not going to get into it, and there is no due process, all right? Normally, there's a process when and like she said, each situation is going to be different, but it's just, in my years of doing this work, I've never seen so many suspensions, and it not only are these suspensions, naturally I'm gonna defend my members, right? But I'm also realistic. If you're wrong, but we tend to try to work things out. But these suspensions without pay is having an adverse impact on my members. We don't get paid that much. So for them to get paid, for them to lose 10 days, 5 days, 30 days, it has an impact on their pockets, right? Because we live check by check. And then it affects their retirement, it affects their pension, their medical. It affects a lot of things. We've tried, Councilwoman Nurse, to work things out with this department to get these people back at work, but to no avail. Yeah. But I don't want to get into all of that. But
no, and I just because of
I know for time's sake, but I wanted to take in consideration too. When we talk about caseloads, we have to also talk about workloads, because it's not just, yes, we inherit these caseloads and they're going up, but then what is the work that we have to do to get the work done? So we have to look at workload, we have to look at caseload, and when you look at numbers, we should also look at how many people's coming through probation that might not necessarily get probation, but might get jail time, but has had some kind of contact. So all that has to be taken in consideration.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I thank you just to say that I spoke with our committee chair on labor, civil service and labor. I'm going to set up a time for you all to discuss, because they're very interested in supporting. A very quick, and then I want to move to the gentleman.
You could wait. I'll be sending things in.
Yeah, we'll take anything that you want to send us.
Okay.
Oh, no test. Oh, okay, okay. Well, yeah, my question was going to be just around this idea of disciplinary measures. I do think it's very important that there's some kind of guidance on the books for consistency to prevent anybody from, being hyper subjective in terms of, or just taking things the wrong way or feeling away and deciding to retaliate against someone. So we really hope that moves forward. And like I said, we'll engage the chair and see how we can support.
Just on that point, Article 75, and you know this, is the law on discipline. And we're covered by it. New York City's covered by it. And you're talking about command discipline, that was negotiated with the police department. And the reason I know that, I was a policeman and detective, and I worked for 2 police commissioners. And we negotiated the procedures, not discipline, the procedures for discipline, which are mandatory subjects, okay? And that's why the commissioner answered the way she did, because she was going to implement things on this matter, and she couldn't, right? And if she did, we would do what we need to do, right? So the problem here is we have a former 3-star chief in the police department, and I worked at the highest levels for 2 police commissioners, okay? And I will tell you, she thinks she can do things unilaterally, and for many things she can. She's a commissioner. But mandatory subjects, and I'm sorry if I'm, well, whatever. The bottom line here is, if it's a mandatory subject and procedures are, they got to bargain with us, right? And that's why they keep saying that we're holding them up. We're not holding anything up. We're willing to sit down and talk. But every time we talk, it's a different story.
I want to close with this before we go. We feel, we have that EEO case pending. And the question is, how could this administration, all the way to the mayor's office, allow this to happen to this agency that's predominantly women and people of color? Because we feel like it's retaliatory, because we're fighting for better salaries, and for some reason, we don't understand why this continues to happen. We've come before this board, I've written to the mayor's office, and nobody seems to care about what's happening to this agency. And you can't help but wonder, if we was predominantly white and males, would this be happening? And I'm gonna close with that.
Thank you. I mean, we're having this hearing today precisely because folks asked for it. We tried to have it in June. The commissioner was not willing to make herself available at that time. We care very much about that. I agree, you should have better salaries, but I'm not the executive of the city. The council does not make those decisions, but we want to support you all, which is why we wanted to have this hearing and then take what's coming out of this and follow up and continue to have this level of oversight throughout at least the rest of the time that I'm here, and hopefully whoever is chair next of this committee next year takes this up. So we will definitely work with you. I'm gonna have the labor chair, I'm gonna facilitate an introduction so we can bring her into the process. This committee cares, as is mostly women of color. We've got one, just Lincoln, he's by himself. So, the rest of us are exactly people of color, and many of us come from working class backgrounds. So we do have solidarity, which is why we had this and why we read into the record many of the excerpts that people were having. And that's why I told her in the beginning, I'm taking the position in this hearing as the benefit of the doubt from these workers, that they have given me their good faith experience and believed that those things have happened, and it was an opportunity for her to state her position. So we're going to continue to move forward, but I thank you so much for coming and testifying today, and I really hope that City Hall gives this attention, and that we are able to pull in some sort of outside support to make sure we're objectively looking at the agency and the outcomes that it's producing based on the decisions that are being made.
And just on the timing of my response to you, I'm going to be on vacation for 2 weeks.
Me too. I'm going on vacation too. So we're all going to take a break. Okay. Okay. Thank you. The next panel, folks to give public testimony are Lisa Salvatore, Suni Tohan, and Cassandra Kelly. I also have Amanda Stagnaro here. So feel free to go in the order in which you feel comfortable and just make sure the red light's on. And we asked that, we gave for transparency, we gave the union more time. Obviously, they are representing impacted folks, but if you could keep your testimonies somewhat short. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Salvatore. I'm the attorney in charge of the adolescent representation team at Brooklyn Defender Services. I want to thank the Committee on Criminal Justice and Chair Nurse for the opportunity to address the Council about the Department of Probation. BDS is concerned with the changes in DOP practices under the current mayoral administration, which is more punitive for the young people we serve. We have witnessed an increased unwillingness by DOP to offer adjustments and a decrease in ATP services. Things have also become more difficult for the clients in both YP1 and family court with the removal of the CLOs. When the CLOs were in the courtroom, they would immediately talk to the family after the case was called about scheduling an interview for either adjustment or ICM. If possible, the youth was directed to go to probation that same day for the interview. If there was not a probation officer available to talk with the youth and family, the CLO would confirm contact information, either set up a date or inform the family that DOP will be reaching out. Without the CLOs, the court tells the youth and family to go to probation. In Brooklyn, this is accessible by an elevator bank to an adjacent building, and BDS staff is able to accompany our clients to help with the process. In other boroughs where probation is in another physical location, this may add another level of anxiety or confusion for the young people and their families. In the past, the CLO would act as a liaison with the person who was interviewing the youth and would know if someone was available to meet with the youth and family. Now, probation has no advance notice about a youth being directed to check in with them, which has resulted in long delays, often over an hour. Families are then often informed after waiting that no one is able to complete an interview that day, and we all know that immediate contacting with programming leads to better engagement. There have been similar issues in family court. When the CLOs were in the family courtroom and either an ICM or probation report were ordered, the CLO would walk the youth and family to probation and ensure that next steps were set up. This engagement allowed DOP to explain the process to the youth and family and collect contact information. Again, the immediacy of the engagement led to better outcomes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Kelly, and I work in the Criminal Defense Policy Unit at the Legal Aid Society. At Legal Aid, we represent the majority of children and youth prosecuted in New York City's family and criminal courts and tirelessly advocate for those least able to advocate for themselves. Our mission is simple. We believe that no child or youth in New York City should be denied the right to equal justice because of poverty. We thank this council for holding this important hearing and allowing us to be heard on the urgent need to improve the practices of the Department of Probation under the current administration. New York City Probation proclaims to be a leader in community corrections, working within the criminal and juvenile justice systems and in the community to create a safer New York. But under the current administration, the experiences of the people we represent do not bear this out. Although always imperfect, probation has shifted from a supportive social work-based approach to a more punitive law enforcement-focused model. Our clients are now forced to report and receive home visits from POs suited up like cops carrying guns. Our youth suffer as this administration cuts programs that were effective in mentoring and supporting them. They suffer while the department continues to refuse most of them the benefit of receiving supportive services through adjustment. They suffer from the absolute chaos caused by the removal of CLOs from the courthouses. These changes fail to recognize the rehabilitative promise of probation and harms our city's youth. The department's decision to act as an extension of the NYPD has undermined the DOP's relationship with youth and their families. For example, the POs appear to have absolutely no idea how to serve autistic children or youth living with mental illness. Our youth advocates witnessed a PO screaming in the face of an autistic youth struggling with school compliance. The department's scared straight model failed and caused this youth with special needs extensive harm. The DOP seeks opportunities to violate our clients rather than support them. A youth waiting for his case to be removed from criminal court to family court was nearly remanded to detention because information about him being disrespectful to his parents was included in his ICM report. ICM is the alternative to incarceration program, and their reports are intended to address a youth's compliance with their release conditions, not whether a youth treats their parents respectfully. Not only did the PO include harmful, irrelevant information, in the report, they also failed to provide the youth's attorney with a copy of the report in advance. The Legal Aid Society urges City Council to ensure that DOP's focus changes to one dedicated to supporting our clients. We ask that CLOs return to family court delinquency parts and criminal court youth parts, and critically to increase the availability of evidence-based alternatives to incarceration and detention programming. We ask the City Council to require the DOP to report on the steps it is taking to ensure that rehabilitative approach with a focus on services returns to the DOP. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Amanda Stagnaro. I am Senior Director of the Executive Office at CASES. At CASES, we believe that New York City's most deeply rooted problems can be solved by supporting, not jailing people. We served over 12,000 New Yorkers last year, of whom nearly 90% identified as Black and/or Latino. Our programs prevent the harm and trauma of incarceration through pretrial services, alternatives to incarceration, support the achievement of education, employment, health, and housing goals, and promote mental well-being through a range of clinical and case management programs, improving public safety through community-based solutions. Our youth and young adult programs work to prevent incarceration and recidivism by giving young people the support they need to stay out of jail and reach their goals. These services help emerging adults pursue their personal and professional growth, such as earning a GED or preparing for employment while learning the skills necessary to overcome life's challenges. Unfortunately, our work to divert young people from detention and placement have become markedly more difficult in recent years as the Department of Probation has cut essential programs and shifted its focus from rehabilitation and growth to punishment. These policy changes are a primary reason why youth detention rates have risen so much and a deeply troubling trend. We've worked closely with DOP for decades in the family court system to provide transformative opportunities for young people to avoid placement in detention and on voluntary programs that invest in their future. It is challenging now to review our work with DOP as a partnership, however, given the abrupt program cancellations and attempts to use our programs to be more punitive. The abrupt closure of the Next Steps program began in fall 2023 when DOP cut its investments into two critical cases programs. The first being Next Steps and Impact. Next Steps was a mentoring program for youth living in NYCHA. They abruptly shuttered the program in August of 2023 without providing a clear reason. The department gave providers citywide, including cases, less than 1 week of notice to end the mentoring services. Next Steps, an initiative of the Mayor's Action Plan for Neighborhood Safety, offered one-on-one and group mentoring program within a cognitive behavioral therapy-based curriculum designed to help young adults make the attitudinal and behavioral changes necessary to avoid criminal activity and re-engage with work, education, and community. The participants themselves were crushed to lose the program and had the following to say on its impact on their lives. Next Steps has helped us to find jobs and internships while helping us to remain motivated on a daily basis. Next Steps creates good, safe, positive space for us to express ourselves and be free. With mentors that genuinely care, it gives us extra support from someone that we can go to without the fear of being turned away. Through this program, we receive help with things like resume writing, filling out job applications, and preparing for interviews. Our mentors work with us to better prepare us for these jobs by leading mock interviews, shopping for professional clothing, and whatever can be done to help us develop as professionals. Whenever we are in need, Next Steps work with us.
Can you please wrap?
I'm so sorry.
We have a list of folks to get to.
Sure, of course. So so the culture shifts at DOP to programs like Next Steps and Impact show how current probation leadership does not understand the power of youth mentorship for young people. Changes made within DOP that we've talked about today, like the uniforms and gun-carrying probation officers, have established an aggressive and punitive relationship between the department and the people that we serve. It is unsurprising to see that in the most recent MMR, the DOP supported several concerning metrics regarding young people. These concerning trends can be attributed to the cancellation of critical preventive and intervention programs. When young people do not get the help they need to avoid troubling behavior and exit the criminal legal system, some of them will continue to engage in harmful activities. Unfortunately, today's DOP does not facilitate trust with our young population and continues to cause them harm. Yep. The city must restore funding for preventative programs and engage young people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Sorry about that. We're running out of time. Well, I'm personally running out of time. The next list is Dana Bede, Noam Cohen, Christian Nembhard. and you can start when you're ready. You can just make sure the red light is on. You can start when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Noam Cohen. I'm a proud member of Vocal New York. Thank you for holding this hearing today. We directly organize people who are directly impacted by homelessness, we also organize people who are directly impacted by mass incarceration, people affected by the drug war, people affected by the HIV/AIDS epidemic. I'm really just here today to speak on Resolution 734, the resolution regarding the Robert Brooks package, legislative package that was passed by both the State Assembly and the State Senate in the final days of session. Robert Brooks was brutally beaten to death in the medical ward at Marcy Correctional Facility upstate in Marcy, New York, by 6 correctional officers who took an oath to protect and serve. Instead, they murdered a man when they thought that they were off camera and that no one would see. Just 1 week before the end of session, the Black, Puerto Rican, and Asian Caucus introduced a package to ensure that what happened to Robert Brooks never happens to anybody again. I was there. I was up in Albany. I went up to Albany with Vocal New York, with a coalition, with People's Campaign for Parole Justice, with a broad coalition of many criminal justice reform groups that were made up of people who have directly experienced incarceration, made up of family members of people who've been through the prison system. We fought for that package. We stood with Robert Brooks's grieving father, Mr. Ricks. We stood shoulder to shoulder with him. We brought directly impacted people into the rooms where decisions are being made that decide the fate of our people, our communities, and our lives. But even that original package did not include ending qualified immunity, which is critical to ensuring that families have the power to seek financial justice, not from the taxpayer, but actually from those who are directly responsible. And the 4 most transformative bills, the most important parts of that package, when it comes to elder parole, fair and timely parole, the Second Look Act, Earned Time Act, were all left out. They were all stripped out of the package. That is completely unacceptable. These are bills that would have saved lives. These are bills that would move us away from a system of permanent punishment and towards one that recognizes human dignity and personal transformation. All of these bills were stripped from that package before final passage. You know, these legislators, these lawmakers up in Albany, they took pictures with Robert Brooks' father, they shook his hand, they smiled for photos, they promised him justice for his son. But when it mattered most, after multiple people had died while correction officers decided to walk off the job, lawmakers decided to leave the most critical parts of that package out. Let's be explicitly clear. Yeah, of course. I'll be wrapping up. If this oversight package had been in place while Robert Brooks was alive, it wouldn't have saved his life. Oversight's important, don't get me wrong. Oversight and accountability, reports on the conditions in the prison system, more cameras in the prison system are important. But at the end of the day, you need pathways to release. If the City Council is serious about addressing this violence that plagues our prison system, you must do more to ensure more than just symbolic oversight. I urge the City Council to draft and pass a resolution calling on the state legislature to convene a special session immediately to pass true accountability,
I need you to
real
wrap up,
pathways
sir,
to
please.
release,
I don't
meaningful
want to have to
sentencing
get
reform,
aggressive.
and
Can you
expanded
please
earned
wrap up?
time, and actual justice for Mr. Ricks, Robert Brooks' father, who continues to fight to ensure that no parent has to go through what he had to go through. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm asking everyone for 2 minutes because I'm running out of time. I'm sorry, but please, I'm asking you to stick to 2 minutes. I'm going to be stricter on that. Thank you.
Hello? Good. My name is Dana Beal. I'm from the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power. I was sent here because ACT UP is hopeful that under the guy who's leading in the race for mayor, there will once again be renewed attention to closing Rikers. What I mostly have to say is not about the probation department, but about the first segment, the hospital that never got used. We actually encountered that because we're looking for a medical facility to expand overdose prevention so that instead of just dealing with people walking in and doing street drugs, we could have a special overdose prevention room for psychedelics. And I'm specifically talking about Ibogaine. Robert Kennedy has announced that Ibogaine will be available in the Veterans Administration within 12 months because 1,200 veterans have gone down to Mexico and taken Ibogaine and gotten rid of their traumatic brain injury. Ibogaine rewires the brain. Now, we were always concerned primarily because it's good for addiction. Half the people who take it walk away from drugs for the rest of their lives. And I just want to, we're going to try to get this bill passed. I gave you a couple copies. We're going to try to get introduced from some of our friends on the council, so you might look at it. But what we're trying to do is to, well, once we get to the third stage, provide the kind of treatment that could massively cut the population of Rikers. Remember, half of the people who do it walk away from drugs for the rest of their lives. That means if 75% of people going to Rikers have a drug problem, we might be able to cut 2,000 people from the Rikers population.
Thank you, sir.
So what we need is your help.
Thank you, sir.
We need your help.
Please wrap up your
Passing the
testimony.
initial bill, which will trigger the state legislature to act.
Thank you.
You have the power. You
Thank
have
you,
the
sir.
power to change the code regarding.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move on. That was a little bit off-topic testimony, and it's past 2 minutes. I'm going to call up the next panel. We're going to move to Zoom. I thank you for your testimony. We're going to move to Zoom. First up is Christopher Leon Johnson.
Yeah, hello, Chair and Nurse. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm going to try to get up quick. I know you got to go. All right, so I'm here to show a little bit of opposition to the intro of the resolution that Mr. Salazar has had popped up for the State Senate, and a little support. I am not here to say that I'm against people that lose their lives, but at the same time, we gotta always honor the real victims of these crimes. Mr. Robert Brooks actually killed somebody, and the thing is that I believe that he was killed because of karma, and that's how sometimes God works. God puts people in positions where it's kind of heinous, but it's the truth. It's really karma. I'm calling on the City Council to not have a resolution to convene a special session, because all this does is oppress everybody. There's a lot of people that do a lot of dirty things in this world, and they need their just desserts in society. I know yourself, Mrs. Durst, you got in a situation at Rikers with an inmate, and like I said, I think if that person was ever be convicted, you would want that person to suffer heinously because what he done to you. I believe that nobody should ever be a victim of another person, and the person that do the victimizing should be honored with bills and proclamations and days made after them. And I believe that this session should not be convened in the special session. I'm totally against this resolution. I hope this resolution is not to be introduced in the City Council and it dies. Like I said, I'm here for the real victims, the people that have been victims of crime. Rest in peace to the person that got murdered by Mr. Robert Brooks. And like I said before, Mrs. Nurse, I hope that you get your justice for your situation happened at Rikers Island. Like I said, I know that if that person was to be convicted for what he did to you at Rikers, you want that person to get every amount of time he can get, the max sentence. And like I said, karma is karma, and that's how God works. We do evil things in this world, NYC, New York City.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm about to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm just going to call on those who registered to testify on Zoom but aren't currently present. That's Sunil Tohan, Amanda Stagnaro, Sai Singh, Armando Rodriguez, and Alex Stein. Seeing that no one's present, I'll pass it back to the chair to close out the hearing.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our sergeants, to all the advocates who came, to the administration and to the probation unit, and thank you to our wonderful staff here for all your help preparing for this hearing. I now adjourn this hearing.